Okay. Good morning. Welcome.
Morning.
Morning.
Any of you that I haven't met, I'm Peter, and what is actual is your experience. Your experience is the only thing that is actual. Everything and anything that you may think exists, or that you are, or that you have some relationship to, is actually an apparition within your experience, and it's unverifiable as being anything or not, except the fact of experience. Experience is reality. Experience is actuality. And there is no other reality other than experience. There is no actuality other than experience. The nature of experience is that the entirety of nature of experience's process is in its apparition. Just in appearing, it does everything it needs to do. Nothing actually happens in experience. All the events and all of that as human beings we're so fixated on and oriented towards are simply harmonics of apparition within experience, but none of that exchange, none of that seeming event actually happens on the level it seems to happen. It only happens as appearing. The appearing is all that it ever occurs. This is very easy. This is maybe difficult to illustrate in terms of waking experience because we're so used to orienting it as if it was event-filled and object-filled, but it's relatively easy to illustrate in terms of dreaming. In a dream, all sorts of things can seem to happen. You can be shooting somebody or running away from somebody or driving cars or flying or doing all these various things, and in actuality, nothing really happens because it's just dreaming. The dreaming is the only thing that's actually happening there. The apparition of the dream, the dreaming itself, is the actuality of the event that is occurring there. And all the so-called sub-events, all the so-called apparent contents of the dream are interpreted only. They're not actual. Nothing really happens in a dream because there's no things in a dream. There's no events in a dream. There's no individuals in a dream. There's only one noun, which is the dream, and one verb, which is the dreaming. And that noun and that verb accounts for the entirety of what may seem to happen. Oh, I had this dream last night. It was amazing. I was in New York and we took a rocket to Mars and blah, blah, blah. But no, all that happened was dreaming. It looked as if it was all of those elaborations, but none of those elaborations actually existed except as the dreaming. Now, the interesting thing is that waking life is exactly the same. Waking life, the only thing that's actually happening here, we can't use the word dreaming quite so accurately, so you can just say experiencing, or the apparition of experience. And the entirety of what's actually happening happens just in the instantaneous appearance. That's all. And all the sub-events and the entities and the beings and the people and the interaction and the success and the failure and all of this stuff is just free association of harmonic apparitions within this fundamental actuality, which is simply the presence of experience. So there's only one thing here, the presence of your experiential field. Period. And what it's doing is appearing. That's the only thing that's actually happening, that's the doing. And that doing includes and constitutes all apparent subdoings, all apparent event and occurrences and transactions and all of that are just over-elaborated, inaccurate interpretations of the one event, which is this amazing shining forth, this apparition of experience. And we can see this phenomena in all sorts of subsystems within experience. For example, in TV shows or movies, you go to a movie and it's like, oh, this stuff seems to be happening. All that's happening is flashes of light on a screen. Mm-hmm. Right? That's all that's happening. And yet, but the Nazis are chasing Indiana Jones and blah, 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 blah. It's not happening. It's not really happening. Exactly the same thing. We're sitting in a room and it's a spiritual talk. No. None of that. It's just this flash, this instantaneous flash is the only actual event. And you are that flash. You are not this shape or that shape appearing within the context of all these other shapes and blah, 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 blah. You are just this flash. The world is the same flash. You are the world. We are. So this is very contrary to the normal human worldview, of course. Normally it's, I'm struggling with this, and I'm trying that, and I'm trying to solve this, and I'm trying to overcome this, and I'm trying to achieve this, and and blah 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 blah. All of this elaborate narration of relationship and struggle and ambition, and none of it's happening. None of it's actually happening. It just isn't happening. It looks as if it was that way if you follow certain apparent, relatively contiguous shape changes within this apparition. It's describable as if it was like that. Just like it's describable as if Indiana Jones was running away from the Nazis, but it's not really like that. It's just flashes of light on the screen. In this case, there's no screen per se. But this is the screen right here. This is the light right here. And that's it. That's it. What else was I going to talk about? I'm losing my memory in my old age. Okay. So, noticing that this is actually the case, let me rephrase that. The difference between noticing that this is actually the case and not noticing that it's the case is the entirety of the difference between spiritual realization, spiritual liberation, spiritual enlightenment, all of this, and delusion, samsara, being lost in suffering, being struggling in hell, the hell of human normalcy and all of this stuff, completely needlessly because it doesn't actually exist. So, from the point of view of spirituality, the cutting edge is noticing this actuality, the inclusiveness of this actuality, or not noticing it. It's that simple. And not notice, and this is as good as a mile. Any degree of not noticing it is completely not noticing it. So you can be really working on improving your this and purifying your that and achieving your the other, and it doesn't count for a hill of beans in terms of relating to reality or not. The only thing that is liberating, the only thing that is absolutely and ultimately empowering is reality itself. And reality is the bare fact of the presence of what you may call your experiential field. Just that fact in itself is the totality. That's the entirety. That's the complete ball of wax. And simply recognizing the actuality of this condition as it is completely reorients what seems to be going on in incommunicably profound ways that constitutes, what is called liberation and enlightenment, and is rightly made into a big deal in all sorts of spiritual traditions and literature and so on. But it's nothing more elaborate than simply the self-verifying discovery of the actual nature of this condition. Someone else. I thought I have a cheat sheet. I'm a complete idiot without it. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, the way to practice this yoga, what to do, it's very, very simple. Just notice experience itself. Yeah. Just notice experience. Don't notice the objects within experience. When you're sitting in a room, you're not sitting in a room, you're sitting in experience. And you're not sitting, it's just the presence of experience. When you're looking at a bunch of faces in a room, you're not looking at faces in a room, you're looking at experience. And it's not you looking, it's just an appearance of it. And it's an appearance of you looking. So you cut through to the fact that you're experiencing experience. So what is experience? It's right here. This is experience. This is real. This is the real thing. This is real experience. 100% bona fide. What is it? What is this? What is this? It's appearing. And that's a very different question than, what am I doing here, or what is this, or how is this made, or, what does this cost, or what am I going to do with this, or is this going to help me or hurt me, or I wonder what this person thinks of me, and all. It's just, what is this that is present here? What is this that's present here? This experience. What is it? It's something. You can't answer that question in words. You can't form a clear idea of what it is. And yet you can know it most intimately as the actuality that it is, the actuality that you are. And this knowing is, as I said, incommunicably meaningful, powerful, liberating. And it's the true perspective that makes everything else make sense. Not that anything makes sense, but that's as close as you're going to get. So that's pretty much an overview of what I am competent to present, to work with. And if you have any questions about this or issues about this in terms of your own engagement with it or lack thereof, please feel free to bring it up and we can talk about it.
So you've done this repeatedly, so I will apologize in advance that I'm asking for it again. Yeah, it's obvious and it's clear and it just is, and then whoosh, go to sleep again and believe it, and then whoosh, and then whoosh, and it's like when, and I keep thinking of the metaphor that you've given. Eventually the boat goes down, you put enough holes in the boat and it goes down. But, it's just so upsetting to be in the whoosh of believing, because it's such shit, and yet it's there. And I know that I'm not supposed to fight it, so I say, okay, you're believing all this. I mean, I'm trying all these, I've been listening. But it's still that back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And so I just thought maybe we might have a new little phrase this time.
But this is what you say is very typical. It's very typical that, in coming to this, when this kind of an inquiry or exploration becomes relevant in a being's unfoldment, it's very typical to have it look like this, where you sort of get flashes of insight or some kind of really direct, profound contact or sort of a clear perspective on this, and then to lose it, to drift off to some degree into interpretation again, into a belief system. And it's not important. It just doesn't matter. The main thing is just timing again. Just come back to this, and don't be goal oriented about it. Don't beat yourself up for not being with this. You just play with it. Just keep coming back to this. Keep coming back to this. Keep coming back to this, and eventually this wins, because it is real. It is true. It is more profoundly powerful than the delusion of partial interpretations that imagination is. But it has its own arc. It has its own trajectory. It has its own process, you might say. It does what it does, and it works the way it works. And so the thing is just keep being engaged with it. You know, keep when you remember, when you have enough presence of mind to, oh, wait a minute, oh yeah, wait, just hold the phone here. Let me just, okay, yeah, experience, yeah, wow, amazing. Just do that, time at a time, when you think of it, sort of lightly and playfully, you know, because being goal-oriented with it, making it into an ambition, subtly spins it into something you're oriented to with belief, and there's nothing here to orient to. Experience isn't something you can orient to. You can't not orient to it, and it's subtle because the belief, the believed erroneous or oversimplified interpretations are themselves experience. So it's convoluted. It's not like there's reality and delusion, and there's somehow two sides of a seesaw, and when you push one down, the other comes up. It's not like that. It's something like that. Delusion is one of the major modes of reality. And misinterpretation, partial interpretation, is one of the major modes of reality. So they aren't opposites, and that makes it subtle. That makes it delicate. So when you find yourself being pulled into interpretations, being pulled into belief systems, or let's call it a worldview, you're not actually leaving reality. You're just being in one of the modes of reality that is somehow a little more obscure, a little more convoluted. And ultimately, when you are realized, when you have an absolutely clear and unshakable grounding in the actuality of your being, you can go in and out of belief systems with impunity. You don't give a shit, because there's no longer a value judgment between being in an interpretive framework or not. There's nothing wrong with being an interpretive framework, and there's nothing good with not being an interpretive framework. It's simply at a certain point in your unfoldment, it's strategically powerful to go to an uninterpreted framework. But it's not a better place to be. The idea is not to eliminate worldviews or interpretive frameworks entirely and go into just...
Right.
It's not like that. It doesn't matter, because and yet at a certain point in the unfoldment, it can be strategically very useful, and strategically just two words and I always get them mixed up. Anyway, it can be pragmatically useful to orient towards your being nakedly and inclusively outside the context of interpretation when you can, because that is powerful. That recalibrates your entire scale of things, and when that recalibration has been fully effected, at that point you don't need to recalibrate anything, and then it doesn't matter whether you're in clarity or whether you're rooting for Indiana Jones. It just is irrelevant. And that's why it's called liberation, because you are free of being stuck in delusion. You haven't erased delusion or interpretation as a mode, but it no longer is binding on you. It no longer is entrapping. You're Teflon. You can go in and out of belief systems with impunity, and you don't give a shit because you aren't losing anything by being in an interpretive framework, and you aren't actually gaining anything by being in an uninterpreted presence. They're one and the same. But until you get that they're one and the same, it can be strategically tactical. Strategy and tactics. Anyone know the difference between strategy and tactics? I've never got that one down. It can be either strategically or tactically useful, whichever one's correct, to check in from time to time with just uninterpreted, pure presence of being, pure presence of experience. But it's not. But it's not an ultimately. That's not like winning the game. That's not like an ultimate condition to hang out in. The point is to discover that you are in that condition, and you've always been in that condition, and you can't not be in that condition, whether you're doing interpreting or not. So you're recalibrating the whole framework.
How much does destiny play into our evolutionary paths? I often wonder,
well, in one sense,
control do I
right.
really have?
In one sense, there's no such thing. In another sense, there's nothing but. This is because the process, as I said in the beginning, this is all of the process of your life, of your reality, is being done in its occurrence. It's not being done in any sub-events or participations within your experience. The fact your experience is appearing is the whole show, is the entire event. And all of its process occurs just in the appearance. So notions like free will, or what am I doing, or do I have any control over this, or did I win or lose at that, or am I succeeding, or am I exerting control, or am I a patsy to my unconscious, or whatever. All this stuff is just way overthinking it. It's completely irrelevant. Whatever this is, it is that by its very nature inherently. So in that sense, it's pure destiny. But within that, it can look like anything. So it can look like apparent free will. It can look like apparent participation, and blah blah blah. All these other various, ranges of involvement with experience. But all of them are just flavors of the one fundamental event, which is this, essentially this being, which looks like the instantaneous appearance of your field of experience. That's the only thing that's really happening here. And everything that happens is subsumed within just this flash, this instantaneous flash. That's doing everything. And so whether or not you're exerting free will is just that anyway. So it's irrelevant. It's over analyzing something that is more primal than that.
Yes, I believe you answered it in a subtle way, which is what I noticed before I even asked the question. The key word here is those teachers that talk about practicing being in touch with this or pure awareness, whatever you want to call it, using tricks like meditation and visualization and prayer and all that. If I understand you correctly, you can be overanalyzing it, or make a religion out of doing the work, so to speak.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The only advantageous activity, such as it is, and even that's way overanalyzing.
Yeah.
But the only advantageous activity is to notice the actuality of your experience as it is outside of an interpretive framework, period.
Mm-hmm.
And whether you call that meditating, or you call that a reality check, or you call that having a good laugh, or you call it anything, it doesn't matter. And turning it into a practice, turning it into something you do, turning it into something that you can either be doing or not doing, is throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It's simply noticing what is already happening. That's why I like the word noticing. because it's not, you can't ever not be noticing. So when you notice, you're just noticing the ongoing fact of noticing, i.e. experience is being noticed. I mean, try and not notice your experience, right? Try and stop this. Even when you go to sleep, it doesn't even work, you know. I don't have immediate evidence that I can prove to you, but you shoot yourself in the head and it's not going to work either, as we'll all find out in one day. Yes.
You know, in terms of interpretation, it's I find it interesting that, you know, in normal interpretive frameworks, when they go to spiritual things, that you say, well, it's being. Well, we think of that as being. And then the field of experience, though, you're saying, well, it's the same thing. The field of experience is vast and it's everything.
Yeah,
and
that's
being,
everything.
You know, we always think of being as here. It's just like, you know, the whole spiritual, and I'm talking about this as erratically missing the point, is that we have this static self that's trying to approach experience. And the thing is, I mean, that's actual also, but what you're saying with experience is that actually either wipes it out or it's so inclusive that it's just part of the wash.
Well, it's absolutely inclusive.
Yeah.
If there was a static self, it would be this.
Right.
If the static self existed in a world, the world would be this. If there was some relationship, the relationship would be this. So all of that degree of partializing it is just too heavy-handed and inaccurate. It's inclusive. You can't separate anything out. You can't take anything out of experience and hold it over here and have your experience be here and not be here.
Yeah.
And you can't find a self outside of experience. You can't find a world outside of experience. You can't find beings outside of experience. You can't find bodies outside of experience. You can't find, I mean, whatever, you know, fill in the blank. You can't find it outside of experience. Experience is the inclusive actuality. It's real. Experience is real. And much more powerfully, and absolutely, it's the only reality. It has no sub-realities. You know, all these arguable sub-realities of selves and worlds and relationships and clarity and unclarity, blah, 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 is just throwing adjectives at this actuality, which inclusively, obviously, can appear as if it was those things, but it never actually limits itself to actually appearing as if it's any of those things, because you're looking for any of those things, you can't actually find them. You can't actually delineate them. They aren't actually clearly definable. In fact, and this is really powerful, if you're looking for anything, you can't clearly find it. Go looking for something. Try and find your body. Okay, exactly what is my body? I want to know exactly what my body is. I want to just completely, this is my body and anything else isn't, you know. You start off, it seems very clear and obvious, and then you start looking more closely and it's like, well, wait a minute, this is a little fuzzy, wait a minute, this is kind of, you know, it all turns out to be shades of gray, and you end up just in the field of experience, no surprise. Try and find a world. You know, well, here's the world, it's really obvious. Okay, but, you know, try and find the difference between waking and sleeping. Well, of course it's obvious. Waking is waking and sleeping. You know, get a little more precise. Really look into the nuance. Really be with the detail. Really get real with it. Get very engaged, very clear with being what is actually present. And it's just weird. Nothing resolves into coherence. Nothing resolves into coherence except the fact of presence itself. And the fact that presence unendingly presents apparent characteristics, which I call radiance. So my sort of buzzword for this whole thing is radiant presence, which is nothing other, which is just ultimately an over-elaboration of this simple fact of the presence of the Spirit. Yeah.
So if I get home and the flower has opened, was it opening while I was here, or was it closed when I left home?
What's a meaningless question?
Didn't exist.
There's no flower. There's experience. And where's the experience of the flower now?
None.
Well, then it's nowhere. There's no flower. There's just experience of a flower.
So a tree doesn't really grow. It's either small or big.
Well, it may or may not, but that's all fantasy. Even that it's a tree is all fantasy, because the only fact is experience, and experience is such that sometimes it looks like trees are present, sometimes it doesn't. And every time you blink, whatever tree happens to be present vanishes. Simple fact. Does the tree really vanish? It's a meaningless question. There is no tree to vanish. There's just the experience has vanished, and that's the only thing you can talk about because there's nothing else to talk about. Talking about a tree as if it was actually there is just leaping off a diving board into imagination. There's no such thing as trees that are there. The only actual trees are trees that appear in your imagination, and in your experience. And those trees are not trees. They are presentations of universes of experiential characteristics with absolute instability, absolute dynamism, and absolute unresolvability. Because you look at a tree, what color is it? Well, it's an infinity of colors. You look at this portion of it and it's one shade, and you look right next to it, it's a slightly different shade. And you can't tell what those shades are, and the next instant they're different because the light shifted, or your mood shifted, or your eyes have shifted, or you blinked. So all there is experience, and experience is absolutely unresolvable, absolutely dynamic. This is just self-evident. And we imagine, but what about the tree? The tree that's in the forest, if the tree falls in the forest and there's no one to hear it, does it make any sound? There are no trees in forests. Trees are an experience, and they are trees. They're unresolvable, discontinuous dynamisms of experiential characteristics existing in the context of other discontinuous blah, 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 whatever I said.
In my process, it seems like it's like a two-step. It seems that kind of like the world needs to be unreal before it can be real. The world needs to be not myself before it can be myself. I think Ramana says something like only Brahman is real. The world is not real. The world is Brahman, which is like an enigmatic, paradoxical statement, but true, it seems to me. So the main thing is separation, as I see it. I think through japa, an affirming of however, of oneself that is separate from, because I think we have the problem is with identity, with false identity. In this, like in the heart seeker, perception, conception, volition, and consciousness, they're empty. Problem is that we think we are those, or we think we're shit, mind, intellect, ego. We think we are those. But if we can somehow, affirm this self, this Krishna that supports the whole creation, but is not affected by any of it, then in that first step, then it can happen that, now I am the world, but so, and maybe a glimpse of this I had awakening the other day, getting up in the morning, just looking out the window and going, and having an experience, and I thought, and I memorialized it by writing, whatever the world was before, now it's shining like heaven. And I thought of the Shinchen name, mere thought could never take us to this place, nor is knowledge, blah, 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 of any use, it was an alchemical kind of a switch. I wish it would stay there. I would like to see and create the world.
Has the world stopped shining?
See and create the world as Shiva all the time. It's shining, but I'm not, but it's shining as samsara instead of as, that nirvana.
Well, identification, any identification, not just identification of a self, but identification of anything as being a thing, is inaccurate. No things exist, no entities exist, no continuous forms exist. There's such an infinitely dynamic field of experience which unceasingly exists, as far as can be told. It's a little over elaborate to go into all this analysis of self, of Brahman, of a world, of all this. It's just anything you can say is an abstraction of this actuality, which never goes away. And samsara is an abstraction of this actuality. Samsara doesn't exist. Samsara is imagined into existence on or within the context of actuality, which is always present. And actuality doesn't become any more present when samsara disappears. It's just there's no samsara is the fantasy that this is anything. Oh, this is a world. This is LA. This is a room. This is a spiritual meeting. All of those are bullshit. They're abstractions, that may be forcibly imposed on this actuality, which is real. You can't say what it is, but it sure as hell doesn't conform to any partializations you can come up about it, any descriptions, any analysis, no matter how precise, no matter how elaborate, no matter how ingenious. This is entirely and intrinsically unanalyzable. You can't say what it is. You cannot pin it down. It is infinite. It's transcendental. I like the word transcendental with regard to it because it really nicely sums up that you can't. I mean, God is a wonderful word because it just leaves you nothing to hang on to. Like, try and make sense of that. Oh, this is God. It's like, huh? What? Oh, yeah, I know what you mean, God. Oh, yeah, why didn't you say so? Oh, it's God. Oh, yeah. That really clarifies a lot. Yeah. So God is a wonderful notion because it instantaneously and encapsulates the complete transcendence of try and figure that one out. Yeah.
Yes. I just had an awareness that a lot of people are confusing knowing for knowledge. To me, knowing transcends this concept of knowledge, which involves studying, analyzing, elaborating. Would you say that's accurate? Knowing it has nothing to do with knowledge?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing is intrinsic, and knowing is eternal.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing there's only one knowing, and that knowing is the knowing of experience, i.e., the experiencing of experience, which is unstoppable and eternal and always happens. And that's the only and the actual knowing.
Mm-hmm.
Any sub-knowing, like acquiring knowledge or figuring things out or being able to memorize sutras or something, exists within the context of this actual knowing and does not in any way add to or subtract from it. So, by all means, memorize all the sutras you want, and then what you will have achieved is exactly memorizing sutras. Like learning to play the piano. Have at it, but you spend 30 years becoming a virtuoso piano player. At the end of the day, what are you?
In one of the Zeitgeist films, I saw a very interesting analogy. Talked about how grandmother taught him to play Monopoly, and the game, like a game of life. We spend the entire game life acquiring, and then what happens at the end? It all goes back in the box.
So we all go back in the box too.
We do. Yes, our body.
So seeing that things are just going to flow the way they do, I've gotten a lot more relaxed, less in a hurry. So I'm seeing, like there's a Don Juan quote that seems to apply for thinking. He said, everything is equal and therefore everything is equally unimportant. And that's how thinking is, right, is coming to me. It's not meaningful so much.
Yeah, exactly so.
Yeah.
Thinking is an event, just like all event, and the only thing that it means is its occurrence.
Yeah. So there's this relaxation, and then there's other stuff that comes with it, and one of them is seeing this, then it would seem like, surrender, just let it be, let go. But I can't do that because that's what radiant presence is. It's itself, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know how to fall into this.
Well, there's nothing to fall into. There's nothing to let go of. There's nothing to not let go of. As you say, the flow of events Check out the flow of events. You can't, you can say be with the flow of events, go with the flow. Okay, cool. But try and not go with the flow. Is that even doable? It's an absurdity. The flow is. The flow is. Feel the force, Luke. The flow is. You can't be with it. You can't be not with it. You can't surrender to it. You can't not surrender to it. It's like all of that is like, yeah, right. How's that going to happen? And so you notice it's a given. It's simply a given. It's not even that there's no question of posturing a right way to be with it or a wrong way to be with it. There's no right way, there's no wrong way. There's just this, and any way that shows up is this flow. So struggling with it is the flow. Overanalyzing it is the flow. It's not a question of letting go into it. I mean, what would that even look like? It would just look like the flow, and it already looks like the flow. So how's that going to improve anything? The flow is never going to be more, or for that matter, less the flow than it has always been.
Yeah.
It's just this. It's just this. It has always been.
It's going to go the way it goes.
Yeah, and there's no way that it goes actually, because when you look, you can't say what way it's going, so you can't say what way it's going. I mean, you can't say where it's going because you can't find where it is. It's what's happening here? Answer that question precisely. Exactly what's happening here. You can't do it. You can't resolve this in any parameter. You're just like, it's like stepping off a cliff. What's happening here? Unless you start oversimplifying. And to oversimplify, you have to start imagining coherences where they don't exist. You have to start imagining what things are. Oh, this is a bunch of people in a room and we're having a discussion. For that to be meaningful presupposes I know what people are, I know what a room is, and I know what a discussion is. And in actuality, if I look very closely, there's no way to figure that out, any of those. So since you can't know what the elements of your argument are, you can't construct a meaningful argument out of those elements, right? People are what? I don't know. What's a person? What am I? What's anything? It's like, if you're honest, you're just like, I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue. And all human certainty is made out of bravado, is made out of a pretense of resolvability that anyone can actually know what anything is. How's the light work? Well, the light is very easy. You excite in a vacuum, and a near vacuum within the bulb of the bulb. You excite a filament with electrons until it glows and sends out photons. That sounds really impressive. What does any word in that sentence actually mean? What the fuck is a photon? What's a vacuum? What's glass? Well, that's glass. Okay, cool. What's that? That's a wave of a hand. You can't. The simple fact is nothing is resolvable. And in that unresolvability, that's not a failure. On the contrary, that is a profound success, because then you get to the actuality, which is an unresolvability. This is unresolvable. And again, that's not a failure. That's not missing it. That's finding it. Because it's infinite. It's literally infinite. It's an infinity. And when you find infinity and it doesn't look like anything, that's proof that you found infinity. Because infinity is unresolvable. Yes?
Would that also include the thought that there is an I, considering I is a thought?
Right? And what do you mean, would that include, in what sense?
Well, you said everything's infinity, and
right.
I noticed that some are trying to grasp this or do something with this or even understand it. Mm-hmm. But where is the one who is going to understand it?
Mm-hmm. But that presupposes there needs to be a one for there to be understanding.
That's what
which is again, you can't know whether or not that's the case.
It's a thought.
Well, maybe it's thought, but what's a thought? What's a thought? You can't say what thought is.
Well, that's what. Yes, I'm reiterating your theme. Mm-hmm. I think, but apparently not.
No, I'm just being argumentative.
We can do that too. But yeah, then the whole thing goes back to zero point.
I'm sorry, it goes back to what?
Nothing.
Right.
0 point.
Well, it's,
Meaning, that, and this fellow's talking about the Eastern tradition, the Buddha,
mhm.
and that's part of that storyline where there is nothing.
Sure.
And try to find yourself in the whole mess.
Yeah, there's nothing analyzable, but that is actually everything. That's a profound positive. It's not a negativity. It's not an elimination. It's a profound positivity of this. This is completely positive. It's completely actual. It's completely, it's more than we can imagine, not less than we can imagine. And all our attempts to qualify it are predicated upon dealing with and trying to create limitation when none exists whatsoever. So this completely transcends. This is more than everything. This is more than positive. This is, this is off the charts. It's the word of charts.
No, I think I don't want to make it nihilistic. I mean, there is nothing, but there is awareness. I mean, there is presence.
There is presence, sure. But having said that, you can't find presence either. You can't analyze it.
Absolutely.
It's self-evident. It's self-evident that this is what it is and as it is. But having said it, you can't find a this. You can't find a what. You can't find an as it is, and you can. So basically any way whatsoever to try and qualify this, no matter how generally or primally, is like putting Post-its on the sky. And it's not going to stick, there's the labels just don't stick to this. You can't say anything about it. Which illustrates, again, doesn't illustrate any lacks in this, it illustrates a lack in qualifying, a lack in the whole premise that things are accurately qualifiable, that things could be accurately analyzable to some extent, is a fallacy. In actuality, it turns out. It's a noble human endeavor. We're very clever creatures, apparently, and we're, taken with our ability to analyze things and do science and research and abstraction and all that. But but none of it actually addresses reality as it is. Yes.
I've been experiencing, I'm driving down the road.
Mm-hmm.
I wake up and I see the road.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm not seeing the road because I'm back in my head.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a popping sensation almost.
Mm-hmm.
And I did that 5 times driving down the road. And it was like seeing the road, then watching a movie. Then seeing the road and watching a movie. And then I'm at home washing the dishes and I see my hands washing the dishes. So where was I the rest of the time?
Why do you have to be somewhere?
Well, I wasn't there.
Well, you're wherever it is. I mean, where are you when you go to sleep and you're in deep sleep? Where are you when you're?
I don't know.
Yeah, of course you can't answer it. Where are you when you're in general anesthesia? Where are you when you die?
Well, where was I? What was happening?
You can't say you. Well, you can't say. You can't ever say what's happening, but it was what your experience happened to look like at that moment, and it can look like anything.
Well, it was funny.
The experience is always funny. If by funny you mean weird.
Yeah.
It can look like anything, and when you begin to notice direct experience, you notice how fluid it is, how dynamic, how flexible. It just jumping around like a drunken cameraman. You're noticing this and you're thinking of that and you're remembering this and you're feeling this, and it's just these amazing flashes and can be in discontinuities, and it can be like anything, right? I mean, we all know this experientially, right? Experience is not consistent, and much of a being with our experience, call it sloppily or ignorantly, consists of imposing a continuity on it when none can actually be found. Experience is not resolvable, and in actuality, your experience is just, it's like an acid trip or something. It's just oh this and then oh that flower and oh this and oh my toe, you know, oh what happened to me when I was a kid, and oh, you know, something got planned. I mean, this is the reality of what your experience looks like from moment to moment. Everybody. I mean, this is what it's like, right? And that's not existing within any context of stability that we're spacing out from. On the contrary, that's it. That is the continuity. The continuity is this wild discontinuity. It never repeats itself. It's entirely unresolvable, and never departs from itself. It's always exactly this, even though it always looks entirely like anything. You know, that's one definition of this actuality. It is inalienably itself. It never departs from itself, but it can look like anything, and it never looks the same way twice. It never looks the same way even once. Because you can't say how it actually looks at any given moment. I mean, it does look the way it looks. Like right at any given instant, you are experiencing exactly what you're experiencing. But saying that is vague at best, because experience is unresolvable. You can't say, not only you can't say it and can't think it, but can't pin down exactly what you're experiencing. Even though you are experiencing exactly what you're experiencing, which is the damnedest thing. I mean, that's weird as hell. You know, the way I put that is that experience presents always with an arbitrarily high degree of specificity. You can find as much specificity as you want to look for, and always with an arbitrary degree of indeterminacy. You can find as much indeterminacy as you care to look for. And it sounds like those two would be opposites, but the damnedest thing is they aren't. The specificity is indeterminate. The indeterminacy is specific. It always looks exactly the way it looks, with incredible precision and detail, and all of that precision and detail is unresolvable, which is dizzying. I mean, it's completely dizzying. It's crazy making if you try and sort it out. But of course, it doesn't sort out, and so that makes it easy. Fuck it, who cares? It's just like that. It's just, there you go. Damnedest thing.
Yeah, it keeps striking me, I mean, it's always new, that awakeness is not something you can have, and it's not some place you hang your hat. It's almost like a really profound ignorance. I mean, it's like this, you know.
It's just this. You know, it's what is inalienably the case. You can't ever stop or kill awakeness. All you can do is pretend to depart from it, which paradoxically you do within awakeness.
I mean, it's always presented as something you can have, that you work for, you can have. It's
yeah. Because again, when we think of things in human terms, things occur in opposites. This versus that, moving from this to that. You know, achieving this out of an origin of that. And actuality is not like that. There's no opposites in actuality. There's no mutual exclusion. There's no this. You have this or that, but you can't have both. It's never like that. You know, so that whole paradigm of, you know, trying to get something from something, trying to leave something and go to something else, is an entire fantasy. And as long as you approach things in terms of that paradigm, you're doomed to being confused as hell about it. You know, I mean, you know, one of the biggest challenges in spirituality is trying to leave confusion. You're never going to leave confusion. This is confusion. Confusion is real. Reality is confusing as hell. It's pure confusion. Right? So the problem with confusion isn't solving it. The problem with confusion is thinking it matters. Thinking it should be resolvable. God, there's all this confusion. Let me straighten it out so I'll be enlightened. Confusion is what there is, you know. It's the trying to straighten it out, the fantasy that there is some straightened out condition that ties you in knots.
But it's really clear that it's confusing. Extremely clear.
Yeah, but it's clear in one sense, but you can't resolve what confusion is or how it is, because it's confusing. And it's confusing because it is confusing.
In a way, it's only confusing when you're trying to find continuity.
Exactly. Confusion exists when you think there's some condition such as non-confusion. When you get there is no condition of non-confusion, then confusion also disappears, and there's just this. And whether or not it's confusing, it's unresolvable. But everything about this is unresolvable. Everything about it's unresolvable whatsoever. Yeah. Which is a very alien notion from within a human framework, which is part of the reason why, if you're adhering to human paradigms, it's so hard to approach this.
Yeah, we do seem to be programmed in some way to try to get resolving things and finding continuity.
Yeah, all that.
Yeah.
It follows from the sort of the inherent human operating manual, the basic brainwashing program that more people are more or less indoctrinated into.
Mm-hmm.
But none of that doesn't actually apply to actuality. It's all wrong. It's just wrong, unfortunately. So, and it can be threatening at first, especially to, when you're approaching spirituality and you get to the point, wait a minute, hold the phone here, This is requiring me to completely jettison the entire human framework, essentially go crazy, right? And yep, that's how it is. Whoa, wait a minute, hold the phone here, put on the brakes, let's rethink this, because that seems like a really threatening thing, or may. I mean, there's some people that say they seem really threatening, or really, God, that's extreme. That's extreme, Well, yeah, it's extreme, but this is the extreme. I mean, and what's in the Tao they call this the great extreme, right? The Tao is the great extreme. This is it. This is the great extreme. So yeah, and it's also just the starting point. So you're not actually leaving anything to go to it. You're not abandoning anything.
I think what I'm hearing is that when I have experiences, and I see that I do this, is explain the experience, talk about it, process it, then pass and go into it all over again. And what I think I'm hearing is that which I have no power to do, but if I would stop that, I would probably just experience.
Well, stopping it would certainly. You don't need it so much. It's not like you need to stop it so much as not orient to that as the only way to be with it.
Right.
In other words, you don't need to stop thinking. You don't need to stop analyzing. You don't need to stop, discussing things or figuring things out. But multitask. Have that be a small part of what goes on in your mind or in your experience or in your approach to your experience. But you can also be with your experience in other ways. You can be with it directly. You can be with it aesthetically. Whatever. So, and that opens the door to the inherent non-linearity of this. Because again, this is not the opposite of analysis. This is not the opposite of thought. Thought and analysis exist within this. That's one of its modes. Again, but none of its modes encompass the totality. None of its modes encompass all. And as humans, we tend to be overly biased towards analysis. You think figuring things out is a really good thing. Getting a handle on things is is really great. And in actuality, it turns out with this stuff that's not really quite so true. But again, it's not an either or. So you can it's more of a question of sort of loosening the field and multitask. Feel free to be with things in many different ways rather than, because you don't need to, it's not a matter of changing your behavior, inhibiting, I have to stop thinking, I have to stop. I have to forget how to speak English or something. That's unnecessary and way too heavy-handed. It's simply a matter of noticing that there's more modes going on already, more modes available because they're already occurring. And these other and different modes of experience, let's call it, deal with experience in very different ways. So we can deal with it. The conceptual mind, the analytical mind, deals with experience by analyzing it and remembering it and discussing it and theorizing about it. But your aesthetic mind experiences flavors and characteristics, I mean, whatever. I mean, you can't even characterize all the different modes that may be available. But again, there's limitless different ways that your experience is already being engaged with, is already presenting itself, and it's really just a matter of opening to those, intuiting those, letting yourself participate in those, and they have their own internal logic and internal intelligence that can convey very, very, very different qualities of meaningfulness.
So what's a lot of fun about being with you and being in this setting that isn't fun in the rest of my life, or doesn't seem to be, is that I can just let go and really acknowledge that I don't give a fuck about anything, because it all is unreal. And it's very hard in the rest of my life, because I'm just getting a chuckle out of how I just hold, like, by my fingertips to, I've got to care, I've got to, I mean, I can't just, and even that is funny.
Why can't you?
Why can't I what?
Like that?
Here, I am.
No, why does it have to be here?
Right now it doesn't, but I who knows? I mean, I don't know. But I'm
just wondering.
I'm just saying, like, it's so amazing. Right now I let go.
Cool.
And it's just so, it's just like a big trip. It's just
It's
like
big
slip sliding
trip.
and
big trip's what we got
cares
here.
I guess I don't really have an answer why I can't do that until I'm not doing it, and then, I mean, why I'm holding on by my fingertips, I could give you a story. I mean, it makes me feel like I'm gonna die alone. There I am. I've let go of absolutely everything. I don't care about anybody. I don't care about anything. Everything's just zipping away. And why don't I just die? Which sounds good at times.
Right.
No, God. No, really.
Well, soon come. I mean,
Yeah, but I mean, like, right now. Like, just, it's okay. Just because this is so trippy. And then I go, oh, no, but you've got to stay connected to people. To stay connected to people, you've got to pretend like everything that's going on is real.
Why do you have to stay connected to people? Is it possible to be unconnected to people? Is it possible to make everyone else go away? I've been trying all my life. I wish you'd tell me the secret. Wouldn't things be simpler if I was the only one around? Oh my God. Thank God for doors is all I got to say.
Open doors.
So,
There we go.
okay, so as far as choice, I'll ask it another way. As far as choices and responsibilities, those are arbitrary. You notice you make a choice. There's no right or wrong about it.
Yeah, you participate in that kind of events the way that you do, and everyone participates in them differently, and on each occasion uniquely. So sometimes you do one thing, sometimes you do another thing, and why'd you do it? well, just because, oh, no, it felt like it. Seems to be good. Felt like I should.
Yeah, the typical responsibilities of eating, paying the bills, taking care of your environment. Again, arbitrary choices.
Sure, there are many people that don't pay the bills. There are many people that don't take care of the environment. Many people that don't eat. You don't have to. You don't have to live in a house. You don't have to use bathrooms. There are actually people who don't. I mean, they're not maybe the majority at the present time, but it's all kind of arbitrary. You do what you do when you do it because that's what you do when you do it. That's all you can really say about functioning and responsibility.
Okay.
And everything you do leads to a new future, you could say, thinking in terms of cause and effect. But that's all totally unpredictable, so it's, you can't say, oh, this course of action is going to be safe and this course of action isn't. Maybe not. Maybe this course of action is going to lead to disaster. You may be paying your bills and being responsible is going to be disastrous. Maybe, going out and blowing up government buildings is going to be, a great thing. Who knows?
I get it. One can take precautions, but that's no guarantee that
there's no guarantee.
It'll be safe. Or even if you did, no guarantee that it actually prevented any danger.
Of course, because again, no matter how much theoretical explanation or rationalization you have about things, people do what they do because they're them.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you pay your bills and live in a house? Why are you living out of a grocery cart? Because I'm me. That's what I do. Or vice versa. I mean, whatever, right? Why do you run for president? Why are you a rock musician? Why are you a junkie? Why are you a school teacher? Why are you whatever? I mean, fill in the blank. These questions are only, why are there so many different people in the world, and why do they all behave completely uniquely from each other, and they even behave uniquely from themselves in different times? Why? It's just, things happen the way they happen. And again, it's not, all of this, explanation and rationalization and all that is way after the fact and over elaboration, because the actuality of events, all functioning, is actually done just in the apparition of events. In other words, there's no delay. It's not like you get to rehearse what you're going to do 5 minutes from now. You don't get to plan what you're going to do 5 minutes from now. It happens too fast. Bang. Now it's already happened. What are you going to do? You can't go back and redo it. And the next now hasn't happened yet, so you can't do it until you do it. And by the time you do it, it's already happening. So what are you going to do? You can sort of play catch up and notice I was doing that, and then come up with an elaboration of why. But that's just heaping on elaboration onto the fundamental events, the fundamental flow of events, which is instantaneous. And you don't know what the next moment's going to be, so you do it when it happens. You don't get to plan it in advance. You don't get to think what you're going to think until you're thinking it. And then you've already thought it, so you can't go back and steer it. You can't spin it. It's like, once you throw the baseball, wiggling your hand isn't going to put spin on it. Once it leaves your hand, it's gone. And the present moment is it leaves your hand as it happens. No delay. Present moment has zero duration. Not like pretty short, or very short, like zero duration. That's pretty weird. Zero duration is pretty darn weird. And here it is. Check it out. Zero duration. So by the time something's happened, it's gone. And until it happens, it's unanticipatable, because the present is always a surprise. The present is always unpredictable. You don't know exactly what you're going to be experiencing in any instant before it happens. You don't know exactly what you're going to think. You don't know exactly what you're going to feel. You don't know exactly what you're going to perceive, so on and so forth. So it's all being done in real time, and it's too fast. It's too much instantaneous energy participation, call it, to plan or to second guess. It's like, I was thinking about this actually today on the airplane. I was thinking about the pretense of controlling things and planning. I was thinking about it in terms of skiing. I don't know if any of you are skiers, but any kind of a fairly rapidly occurring activities, like even walking's pretty good, or running, you can kind of plan, like when you're walking, you can kind of plan the event and plan when you're going to walk. But the actual moving your feet and placing them happens so fast and so much in real time that if you're thinking about too much, you're going to trip and fall, and you're not going to do it so well. You're actually participating with the event in real time with zero feedback, with zero gap, zero delay. So it's a direct engagement. And again, you think, well, how do I do that? But you can't answer that question. It can happen. How can you walk? Well, I can't say how I walk. I can't say how do I know how to walk? I just do. How do I know how to talk? Here I am talking. I'm saying all these words. I have no idea what I'm going to say. I'm not like sitting here planning. I don't have a dialogue I've memorized. Just I don't like sit up at night memorizing like pages of bullshit to talk at these talks. It's just like, man, it's there. How's this happen? I don't know. But it's just direct. It happens in the instant, like really in the instant, not like around the instant, or close to the instant, or kind of near the instant. It's like, no, it happens when it happens, as it's happening. And everything's like that.
So can we ski all the time?
Well, we are whether we think we are or not.
I mean,
You're always with the present instant of your experience. There's nowhere else to be. Even if you're thinking you're not, and even if you're pretending you're not, it's just a story you tell yourself. And if you're telling yourself that story, you're telling yourself that story in real time. Because when else is it going to happen? It has to happen now, and no other time. So we're all, and that's why this is so easy, as a practice, as a yoga of noticing this. You just notice that experience happens in real time. Experience happens now. This is it. And it's easy to notice because it's always the case. It's self-evident. It's completely obvious. It's blatantly obvious. It's absurd to even suppose otherwise once you check it out. And just notice, oh yeah, this flow of events is actually happening. Like, now.
well, that's true, but we don't have to be there.
But you can't not be there. How try not be there? Go somewhere else.
In our head.
But your head, where's your head? Your head is here.
But it's an illusion.
Your head's an illusion?
How many times have I driven my car and I pull up in the driveway and I don't remember the trip?
Right. But memory is if you don't remember, then that's not in the present. What's in the present is in the present. If you're in your head, that's what's in the present. If you're unconscious, that's what's in the present. If you're dreaming, that's what's in the present. If you're asleep, that's what's in the... It can look like anything. And when I say it looks like anything, I mean anything. Absolutely nothing, or stars going off, or angels talking to you, or crazy people with guns shooting at you. Canon does look like that at different times in different places. But
you were saying that you're aware even in your sleep. Like she was talking about, I don't know where I go or where I am. You seem to. Although
no, it's not. No, it's not nowhere.
Exactly,
no, it's
you
not.
know you are while you're sleeping.
Everyone does. You do too. Mm-hmm. It's just a matter of noticing that that's the case. Existence is noticing. Existence is experiencing. Existence is knowing. If experience is, then it is being known. It can look like anything again, but it would not exist if it wasn't being known. And if you say you go to bed at night and you wake up in the morning and you don't remember anything, but you know you slept. You know you slept because you slept. The appearance of experience looked like what you were qualifying as sleep. You may not remember it. That doesn't matter. But you don't feel like you were just created, like newly created. You don't wake up in the morning and go, wow. I was here in bed last night and all of a sudden I'm here now. Like, what happened? And then reality stopped. And it's not like that, is it? So that's knowing can look like that, sure. Knowing can look like anything. But being equals knowing equals experiencing equals you. And that is always the case right now.
I actually had a dream last night that I was a schizophrenic.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was seeing people, I was in my sister's apartment or whatever, and I was seeing people and I knew in the dream that they were not real, that I was a schizophrenic.
Uh-huh.
And in my head what came up was, well, it's all apparition. It's not, there's nothing, like your words get popping into the dream, like this is all just a light show. Even if you're schizophrenic, that doesn't matter because it's how do you know that you're really seeing people in real life? So all this is going on within the dream. But I wake up and that seemed very real to me. That seemed like I was truly schizophrenic. I woke up and I was like, and I had this like feeling like, oh my God, I hope I don't see anybody right now.
You're seeing lots of people.
Yeah, but in my room alone, that's what was that all about? I mean, that seemed real in the dream, and I woke up, that seemed real.
It's not.
This is real.
But there's nothing, it is real. It was real. And it's real by the fact of being experienced. It's real experience, and that's the only reality it has. There's no explanation or analysis that's necessary or even possible accurately. The point of a dream is to appear. The point of this is to appear. And in that appearance, everything is being done. What needs to be done is being done, and what needs to be done, the actual process that's happening here is completely inconceivable from a human point of view, completely unsayable. What is being done, what is doing it, and why it's doing it is like, it's gone relative to any kind of human framework. But it's all happening in the event itself, in just this presence of experience. And so our human modes of, oh my gosh, I wonder what that was about, I wonder why that happened, what was this related to, and all of that is childish. It just doesn't even scratch the surface of what's really going on.
Peter, I've observed in many dialogues now that there's a subtle movement from people recognizing that they're noticing when they happen to feel like they're noticing. But there's no acknowledgement. And there's a subtle kind of acknowledgement of that noticing is it. You have to acknowledge the fact that that's it. You don't have to understand the noticing. You don't have to make yourself remember to notice. You don't have, just the fact that noticing is occurring. Acknowledge that that's it. Don't move from there to, I don't notice all the time, or I cling to things, because all of that stuff is just thought. And if you notice that, then also acknowledge that.
Yeah.
Noticing is presence, radiance, whatever you want to call it.
Sure. Yes.
There's a subtle acknowledgement there that people are hesitant to.
It's hard to get. I understand that from within our sort of enculturation in typical human viewpoints. It's hard to get that simply experiencing experience is enough. If you experience experience, which of course you can't not do, so that's a given. If you experience experience, that's a home run. Game over. You've won. That's already it. That's like end of story. And we go, yeah, I'm experiencing my experience, but
that's what I'm
and there's no but. Experiencing your experience is what the fuss is. That's where the money is. That's the big deal. That's where all the fuss is. It's just this simple fact of the presence of experience is what it's all about. And it's so hard to get that from a human framework because that's just taken for granted as just a ground that you can then use as a basis for building something or doing something or achieving something or whatever. And all of that is departing into fantasy, pure and simple. And it's really hard to get that because it goes counter to the normal human mode ways of thinking of things, consensus reality kind of stuff.
Would you say that each of our experiences is karma, and that dealing with that experience in one way tends toward awakening, and dealing it with another way maybe tends toward not awakening? But that statement?
Yes, that's absolutely true. But it's too much analysis because it's all inherent. It's all being done inherently. So, in other words, it's doing what it's doing. And if it's karma moving towards awakening, cool. But
well, I mean, if something happens, and I tend to feel triggered, with anger, pride, greed, deceit, whatever.
Sure.
That I mean, I can have the presence of mind to deal with it, not automatically, which is like,
but you can
come to the anger, or I can deal with it another way.
But if you do that in real time, then that's what you do. If you don't do that, you can look at it and say, gosh, I could have not got angry, but you can only not get angry if in fact you don't get angry.
But if I'm forewarned, I mean, if I'm forearmed, let's say, or with, this theory that it's good for me to deal with the anger this way when it occurs, and blah, 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 and then that's going to, I think, going to tend toward me to deal
Well,
with it.
if that happens, that's what will happen. But if that does happen, it will happen, and it will lead to what it leads to. It's all inherent. And that, as you say, is the flow of karma, if you will.
Peter?
Yeah.
I want you to get back to something.
Yes.
When you say experience is what's important,
Yes.
I go to content.
Mm-hmm.
So would you say more about that? For instance, I value, going into what the dream was isn't the important thing, it's the dreaming. That
Right.
you did. Okay.
Yes.
Please put that in another way, or get it out of dreaming, but into another.
Well, this right here.
Okay.
The fact that your experience is occurring is what's important.
Okay.
Exactly as it is.
Okay, so I'm right now stimulated and I'm trying to get something, maybe I'm even grasping, but that's the important thing.
No, that is a subplot that you're analyzing out of the context of the presence of your experience, which
Right.
which includes that cup on the table in front of you, which you're not trying to get. That includes the dirt on the floor. It includes the red light here. It includes this computer screen. It includes that particular light bulb. That's just as relevant as what you think you're trying to get. It just in the presence is the content is the presence of experience as a full field, the entirety. The fact that the full entire field of your experience is present is the entire event, and that doesn't negate the subcontent. You can go to the plot and be really interested in this and aspiring to that and trying to do this and learning this and all that's fine, because that doesn't get in the way of anything. But that's not what is important. What's really important is just this flash, the actual presence of now, the power of now. Hey, let us pray now. Let us go. God, that could sell.
So apparition does count.
Nothing but apparition counts.
Okay.
But when I say apparition, apparition is literally apparition, appearance of the appearing of experience in real time.
Okay. Thank you.
In regards to that, actually, when I was driving over here, I was looking at cars going by, and they're just as relevant or present as my thinking, my feeling, or my bladder.
Of course.
However, I really want to do something about my bladder or my thinking. It seems like there's more of an imperative to do something about those.
And if there's imperative presence, that's present too, and that's part of it too.
Yeah.
Nothing's excluded. Everything comes with, but nothing is what you qualify as being or what you think of it as being. An imperative is not really an imperative. A bladder is not really a bladder. A car is not really a car. It's all just this. It's all sub aspects of this, and this doesn't have actually any sub aspects, and we pretend that it does. But that doesn't negate anything. That doesn't negate the bladder or negate the imperative or negate the cars. It just says there's more and other than that comes with that. See how he's trying to contact me. It's for you, Leif. Yeah, I think it's for you. It's pretty good.
Oh, great.
Oh, I want to see it now.
I would tell you yes.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's really weird.
I like it.
No, it's fantastic. I love it.
I like it. Tell her you like it.
I love it.
Tell her it's you. Sorry.
My daughter did a portrait of me.
Peter, who is it? Pam? Share.
It's unimportant. It's a message from my daughter Angie. She's doing a painting of Leif.
Oh.
She sent it along to see if I liked it. So I figured I'd let the master. I don't need to like it.
I like it. There's a Republican aspect.
I don't know.
No, it's great.
I think it's good actually.
The
It
boss.
doesn't actually look like you, but it captures you strangely.
Yeah,
Sorry about that. Yes.
Do we have the power to try to notice?
You may or may not. I mean, I would say don't let the philosophy get in the way and just do it anyway.
Yeah, work with these ideas to help ourselves.
Yeah.
We can try to notice or try to
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, try it. Try and see if you can. You know, you can't. No one can tell you you can or you can't because no one knows how anything works or what it is, no matter what they pretend.
So if you get free or liberated, it's a gift.
Yes, sure,
Yes,
absolutely.
It's not something that you can make happen.
No, you can't make it happen. Maybe you can make it happen. You can't say how it happens. You can't say how anything happens.
Yeah.
But by all means, there's no reason to suppose you can't make it happen and use that as an argument to limit yourself.
Oh no, I
mean,
very much like want to make it happen.
Yeah, I would say just try anything, play with anything, dash around, see what happens. You know, but what I am my main argument here, pragmatically, if there is one, I'll try and pretend I have something coherent to say. My main argument here, if there is one, is that the actual presence of your experience is what's interesting.
Right.
Just the presence of your experience in the most naked, open, uninterpreted sense is what's really interesting. And so if you do play around with anything, explore anything, I would check that out. Because, you know, when you realize, when you become enlightened, it will be in regards to this presence. Yeah.
So, so-called maturity is also, you look at a kid and they're going, wow, look at that. And you look at an adult, I know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very different vibe.
Sure, absolutely, yeah. And the kid is, you know, in a certain sense, more honest. But on the other hand, we seem to go through this process of maturing, and it's not like you can actually figure out what the point of it all is. And the context of maturity is not a useless platform in terms of, you know, exploring realization. But the bravado of maturity, of pretending you have it all together and know what everything is, if you really identify with it too heavy-handed, it can be a bit of an anchor. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm realizing that realization that is not this point, that this moment that happens. It's very divergent, right? Is that the thing that's the word for going out? Like it doesn't converge. Yeah. It doesn't.
Yes, right.
It's
right,
like it does. It seems silly to me now that there is going to be a moment that all will become clear, or it doesn't seem to work like that. It's actually more.
It's very paradoxical. It's realization is noticing what has always been the case, and it's very paradoxical because you've always been noticing exactly what's the case. So it's recognizing that you have always noticed what is the case, and what more can you say? It's not. It's in one sense it's huge, in another sense it's absolutely nothing because it doesn't add anything whatsoever, or for that matter, subtract anything whatsoever from just what you've always been. It's simply being in that as it is, as an actuality, rather than pretending to be somewhere else. You know, albeit well-intentionedly and unbeknownst to you, pretending to be somewhere else in a definitional framework. When you let go of definitional frameworks and just settle into what you actually are, which is the actual reality of the full field of your experience, that's exactly what realization consists of. Just this field that's right here, right now. Nothing but. And there is nothing but. So it's actually pretty self-verifying. It's pretty obvious. Just realize all our attempts to make all your attempts to make sense of anything, including yourself and your life, have been a creative art form. a game you've been playing. Well, you're a writer, so it's like a fiction. You've been trying to write the perfect novel, the story of your life, or whatever.
Yes, no, I realize
Try to make your life make sense. Yeah, but it has nothing to do with what's actually. Yeah.
Even though I'm trying to make sense of things in a novel, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
In real life, and it's like experience intense feelings, and I look at that, I notice that, and it doesn't resolve like you were saying, and it doesn't go anywhere, it doesn't do anything, it's just, all I'm left with is like this energy, it's just energy, and then
just energy.
And then it just, it's like, I'm kind of like at this place of no rest.
Well, sure, and there's no rest, it's just this ongoing. But in one sense, in another sense, it's complete rest because you don't actually have to do anything. There's no effort to have your experience appearing; it does itself. So in one sense, you're completely off the hook, right? Because your experience is going to keep showing up.
Yeah.
You can just relax, kick back, and just, here it is, still here. What could be easier than that?
I've always liked in the past when you, I guess one way to call it is being more open and realize that it's all a matter of energy flowing in and out of everyone and everything. And I find that very, very helpful in terms of not judging, not thinking I can control, but also not denying or even stopping urges to do just that. It's just not going with them.
I mean, the flow of experience could be, you can model it or posit it as a flow of energy. Or the way I like to posit it is as a shining forth, like just a radiance, a field of radiance that's continually shining forth. And it's just all these experiential characteristics present as this shining energy, and the energy is just energy. It never becomes anything, and the energy just flashes and then it's gone, and then there's more energy continually, and the characteristics that it presents are continually morphing and changing, subtly or grossly or slowly or rapidly, but nonetheless absolutely dynamically. And this happens on all these dimensions of quality and character. Certain aspects of this radiance look like vision, and within that aspect of the bandwidth, let's say, there's all these colors and brightnesses and everything that's presenting in shapes, and it's all morphing and moving around dynamically. And certain other characteristics of the bandwidth look like sound, and there's all of these sounds continually, just subtle sounds and loud sounds, and just continually morphing and moving endlessly dynamically, never static. And in the bandwidth of thought, there's all of this, different, like the northern lights coming in and out, continually just dancing around, right? And everywhere you look in your experience, you find exactly the same thing. You find these sort of dancing lights or dancing energies, that just appear instantaneously. And comprehensively, the full field of experience is just this endless, infinite bandwidth of this real-time energy, just appearing instantaneously and vanishing instantly, but continually appearing. And you can't find anything else. That's it. And all the content of our life, and all the things, and all our analysis, and all of what we think things are, and our engagement with them, and all of our sense of ourself, and our thought, and our memories, and all that. It's just that. It's just this instantaneous field of energy. dancing energy.
Yes.
Is there anything behind all the dancing of energy?
Can't be found. It is behind itself. It's its nature. It's the absolute, as far as is knowable.
And can that be can that be not, let's see, how can you say this? Can one become aware in some way of that which is not there?
Well, nothing is, no, you can't be aware of what's not here. You can be aware of what's here, but what's here is astoundingly and infinitely subtle. And there's no limit to how profoundly you can be aware of that subtlety. Many aspects of it are very obvious, you could say, like, sensory experience and all that. At least the more prominent aspects of sensory experience are very obvious. But then you go looking more finely at the detail and the subtlety of texture and the subtlety of intelligence and so on. And it just it reveals endless dimensions of subtlety, its fineness. There's no limit to its fineness. And there's no limit to the ability of experience to experience itself as that fineness, because what experience is and what experience is are one and the same, so they can meet each other. In other words, the quality of this actuality is pure intelligence. It's not like there's a subjective intelligence that's looking at an objective actuality that they have to somehow meet each other. On the contrary, there's no subject and object, there's just this field of presence. And it experiences itself with what's experienced, let's say the potency of experiencing is just as fine and subtle as what is being experienced, because it's one and the same thing. It's like in a dream. In a dream, there's no objective pole and subjective pole. But the subjective pole is doing the objective, and the objective is the subjective, so they're one and the same. So in other words, they can. There's the same level of subtlety in terms of what's being experienced and the way it's being experienced.
So ultimately, it sounds like you're saying is that some level of suchness experiences itself in different ways.
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Absolutely. And there's nothing but that. All of this is simply that. We're going to break for lunch in about 10 or 15 minutes, in case you're getting antsy.
So listening to you describe the moment,
Uh-huh.
my moment isn't that elegant.
It's not? What is it?
Well, it just pops up.
Right? Pops up.
I'm there.
Yeah.
I see it,
Yeah.
and I can't control it.
Right.
And when I start thinking about it, I don't see it anymore. I don't
Right.
experience it anymore.
Right. So when you think about it, you're experiencing thinking, let's say predominantly. But when you think, you don't stop seeing. So that doesn't actually go
No,
away.
I really do stop seeing.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Well, if you do stop seeing, then you stop seeing. But
I'm not there anymore. I'm in my
Okay.
head.
okay. Well, that's cool. But that can happen. It can look like anything. There's no limit to the way it can.
Well,
can
it's not
appear.
terrific. It's just.
Well, it's not a matter of giving it a value judgment. It's just a matter of noticing that it's real. The experience is the way it is, and there's nothing other than experience. There's nothing more than experience.
But it's a totally different experience when you know you've been lost in thought and when you suddenly come to, so to speak.
Well, it has a different texture, but it's not actually different. Experience is always just experience. Experience is never not experience.
So we're there anyway, even if it's in our head.
Yeah, of course. Being in your head is experience. The experience being in your head. Otherwise, how can you say you're in your head?
Well, then, I'm not seeing my hands do the dishes.
So
I'm
what?
back in my head looking out the window.
Okay, that's fine. So,
But it's still experience.
of course.
It's still there.
Of course, when you're asleep, you don't see it or hear anything. You don't
Yeah.
see any part of your body, but it's still experience. Experience can look like anything. Experience, you have to understand there's no objective world. The objective world is an abstraction based on the apparent stability of certain portions of experience. When you're asleep, that's what your objectivity looks like. When you're awake, that's what your objectivity looks like. When you're in your head, that's what your objectivity looks like. When you're in dreaming, that's what your objectivity looks like. And there's nothing external to measure it against. You can't go outside your experience to look in at your experience and see what it is. Right? And that turns out, if you really think about it, that's very interesting. So how do you know what anything is? How do you know this is an objective world? How do you know the world, what you dreamed about last night isn't an objective world? They both appear.
I'm not conscious of it.
But not conscious of what?
My dream.
Well, when you're dreaming, you're conscious of it. If you're dreaming it, right? I mean, when you're dreaming, you're not conscious of this world.
I'm not conscious of my waking world most of the time.
Okay, fine. But you are conscious of what you're conscious of, and that's what your waking world looks like. If you're in your head, let's say, then that's what your waking world looks like. There's no law of whether it's supposed to look like this or it's supposed to look like that. It looks the way it happens to look. I mean, imagine you were deaf, dumb, and blind. What would your world look like? It would look very different, I suppose, if you're not. For example, or being in your head a lot, as you say, or whatever. Suppose you were in a coma. What would your world look like? What would the objective world look like? Who knows? But it would look the way it looked, and that would be your reality. Yes.
On a previous occasion, I recollect, and it resonated with me, and maybe it would help her. You can be driving down the road and not see the road as she speaks in your head. But when you are present, you're in a much greater state of awareness. And you mentioned how much it gives you so much greater freedom. And I think for me, it's always the goal of being here, being aware of what's going on, and getting away from that. You recently mentioned that imagination, our imaginative interpretation.
Right.
And for me, that is the goal for myself.
Sure. Well, whether or not it's the goal, it's certainly the path.
Well, I feel better.
Yeah. It's certainly the path. I mean, it's a really good idea to be with your direct experience as unqualifiedly as you can be. It's freeing, it's empowering, it's fun.
And less judgmental, that's for sure.
And so, I mean, that's just an overall recommended thing to do. For sure. And you find that by whatever your experience happens to be at the moment. It's not like you need to work on your experience to make it such and such. It's whatever you're experiencing at the moment, like say you're in your head, just notice what it is. Just be with that. Yeah, just observe your experience, but observe all of it. Observe whatever is actually there as it is. Not analytically, not thinking about it, just feel it. Tactile it. Experience your experience like you're feeling it. Feel your vision, feel your sound, feel your thought, just feel the full bubble of your experience is like a bubble. Right? Experience is just like a bubble, and everything whatsoever that you're experiencing is in this bubble. Sound is in this bubble, thoughts in the bubble, visions in the bubble, sensation, all this, and all sorts of things that we have no qualification for, just subtle little moods and vibes and stuff that is not sensory and it's not thought, but it's not nothing. And all these qualities are just present in this bubble, and there's nothing else. It's just this bubble. The entire universe is in this bubble. The world's in this bubble. LA's in this bubble. Politics is in this bubble. Newspapers are in this bubble. Internet's in this bubble. Every human being that you've ever experienced is in this bubble. And there's nothing outside of it. And that's what your reality actually is. And simply noticing that, simply feeling that, simply inhabiting that, like, yeah, of course you inhabit it, because you do, because here you are, right? It's where you are, it's where you've always been. You never leave it, you never leave the bubble, you don't move around within the bubble. The bubble's always right here. You know, things seem to come in and out of the bubble. You drive in your car, the bubble's just sitting here, and the world's moving past you. You know, one definition of a car is a machine to make the world move under you. Think about it. You don't move. You're always here. You're always here, right? The world moves. And people move. People come in and out of your bubble. You don't ever come in and out of your bubble. You're always right here. Your body appears and disappears. You close your eyes. Your body disappears. You go to sleep. Your body disappears. But you're always right here in the bubble. You start dreaming. You have a different body, maybe, or no body, whatever. And other people or things or conditions that seem to be appearing. But you're right here in the bubble. It's pretty obvious. Right? And you just notice it, just feel it. You know, it's like, well, here, I'm the bubble. You're the bubble person.
And being in your head is actually really amazing.
Totally, yeah, nothing wrong with that.
It's
matter.
phantasmagorical, and
yeah.
I mean, where the hell does that mean? It's just
This has endless modes that it presents itself in. You know, and there's no value judgment. You know, mental experience is no better or worse than sensory experience. Is no better or worse than subtle energy experience. Is no better or worse than anything. It's all, you know, it's all real, and it's all powerful and meaningful in its being, not in figuring it out, not in describing it, not in making sense of it, not in doing something with it. Just in its being is the whole, is the end of the game. You know, you've already accomplished your life's purpose just by existing. Isn't that nice? You know, you go out to pasture, and yet nothing stops. You know, you still do what you do, but you don't need to do it because it just happens. You know, sooner or later you'll get hungry and you'll want to get up and go find some food, or you'll need to go to the bathroom and you'll get up and go pee, or you'll, you know, get bored and want to go somewhere else and you get in your car and drive. Things just happen. It's like bang, it's like effortlessly. It's happening. You get tired and you go to sleep, and all of a sudden the world disappears, and then you're sort of nowhere or whatever, and some subtler textures, and then a dream begins to come up, and all this stuff just happens. You know, we're all very familiar with it.
Isn't there also something about, you know, back to the energy that you attract? If you're more open, you're going to attract different things from the.
Well, I think that's a little precious myself. I mean, I think the real rule of thumb is that shit happens. And it can look like attraction, it can look like process, it can look like, oh, I'm really moving into a more, you know, functional level of my karma. Oh, great, okay, cool. It can look like that. And certainly...
it can be a motivation.
Yeah, I do think that the more you are let's say, how can I put this? The more you are orienting yourself towards a more full field of what you are, the more you maximize the efficiency and productivity of your functioning. So you tend to be less neurotic. You tend to be more, you know, more communicative or relating to people. I mean, all this. I mean, basically, more good stuff tends to kind of be inclined towards, and less bad stuff tends to be inclined towards. But it's not a fixed rule or you know. And so, I mean, the whole sort of, you know, the law of attraction and all this kind of thing, I think is a little heavy-handed and over.
But what you are describing is a bit that.
You could say that. It's just not that specific.
Okay.
It's, you know, not just in sort of spiritual terms, but in functional terms, the best thing a person can do for themselves is notice what they actually are. Because there is a certain degree of what you're talking about. There is a certain degree of, let's say, there may be a certain degree of trickle down in terms of your functionality, in terms of what your experience looks like. But that's, I wouldn't put that like a carrot on a stick kind of thing. Where, oh, do that, and all of a sudden you're going to win the lottery. You're going to be elected president. You're going to be the new movie star. You're going to be, Yeah.
A few days ago, for a few days, I had the sense that I was like listening to myself talk, and I never, I know, this could sound pathological in some way. I'm this optimist, and I don't see that way. But I would be talking, and then it was like, it was like I was listening to some other person talking, and so I had this separation, again, that word separation from identification with, and then more subtly just kind of seeing my face as I'm driving, this sort of thing, oh, there's this body, this face, and this car moving along, but but that's not, my fundamental nature, that manifestation. So anyway, I don't know how many people have that experience of just like they kind of hearing themselves talk like they're listening to somebody next to them or something, but it's not who they are. But anyway.
It can look like anything. And, medical professionals are standing by. no need to be too concerned. Just dial the number on the bottom of your screen. Why don't we knock off for lunch?
I just want to comment on what he said. That's totally real to me, because in my experience with this, the I is thought, and it's self-created, and the mind-body is another apparition, and people identify with it. So whoever said, that's real. And that's kind of the Buddhist teaching as well, or, the non-dual teaching, where you're in awareness and things appear, And the self, too, the fantasy self that's got to do everything right and all this nonsense, is just made up. It's just something that appears. So I'm with him 100% on that one.
So we'll be back. Probably more like an hour or so, 45 minutes.
Mary Lou brought us some gluten-free cookies and a knife, and I put them some plates. Okay, I'm gonna go try that lasagna thing.
That lasagna, Parmesan, eggplant.
Yeah. Eggplant.
Parmesan.
Thank you. Thank you, Stan.
Big batch. I was not part of this church, but they let me here because I'm how to talk to aliens by visualizing. Just communicate with aliens by
eating lunch might be easier.
Let's go ahead and shoot our time. Oh, I go for it.
What's that?
There.
For a few years,
Oh, okay. Is it eggplant?
Yeah, I think you did.
Well, she hasn't been here for a while.
Where'd you go?
She went down here.
Like down here? Tell him not to grab it.
And then we'll just. All right. That works. Thank you. Sure. Thanks for listening. I get so much power in that.
You can get Helen's email, my suggestion, the one that made us aware of just how demanding it is.
Sure.
I only send it to the regular, but I send it to the newcomer. He's your friend, right?
Fine if you.
Yogi. Oh, Yogi.
Okay. Yeah, it's covering the expenses. Yeah, I'm. Yeah, really. Just do it as a fun. I'll be right there. Well, after
Yeah, but you can look at both places. Do you need a knife or anything else?
No, I think I'm good, thanks a lot.
You're okay
I'm
for
good,
now?
thanks a lot, yeah.
The starboard's here, why don't you just continue to eat here, I'm gonna show her the back and front, so
Okay,
which
cool.
locations you
Right,
like
thanks
best.
a lot, yes. Yeah, some of the plants up front, oh, whatever, whatever they
Yeah, I
like.
think the front is a good one.
Whatever they like.
Yeah.
Another lady, she showed me that, sold the house.
You're still working. I'm going up to 7:50.
Oh, yeah.
She wants to look around. Yeah, no, there's not much there. I missed a lot. You know what it is?
What, did you? I did. I love listening to you. I swear to God. No, I found you on the internet. And I thought, what the hell is this guy talking about? So I was a start, right? And then it was like, so I can't believe your capacity for discrimination. It was fascinating. And it was really eye-opening. I really liked it. To hear it, you know? Yeah. It explains you, you know, you resonate with it. You say, oh yeah, I guess, right, that's what's been going on. Oh, no wonder I thought it was crazy. And why,
That's how it
you
seems
know,
like to me. I mean, to me, all this stuff seems so self-evident.
My experience is a little different than yours. I more or less come from the empty crowd, you know, but I had experience with that, so, you know. But what gets me, that I love, is the clarity of the is. I love that, and they said, oh yeah.
Let's get great lunch.
And it brings order. Because that really is what it's being received. And there's no place for it in the old way. You know, so, wait a minute, what the heck's going on here? You know? So I love it. I just love it.
I'm glad you could come.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, you did?
I can live with that. No, but also I can live with that. It's the only time when I work this year, I know what it is. But I would love to go early. That's right.
How things been going, Stan?
Good. Good things. I start work Monday.
Oh.
My summer will be over. It's interesting though, because I'm noticing that I'm not getting a pit in my stomach about dreading it.
This end of the table.
This the far end?
I think when I take this to my car, that the whole thing is to say about there's no state of mind and no situation that's closed off or separated out. Just always occurs in a huge. And I'm living it. I feel like that's actually feeling that now. So.
Right. When's your son start?
September.
A long way.
Yeah, he's got another month.
He's gonna be living there, right?
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I mean, good for him and good for you.
Well, yeah, his it's gonna be full on in his space. It's like, you know, he's in a 10-story dorm of 2 roommates in a small room, and I suppose it's a really social
The way
place.
it doesn't require.
And then the school itself is on a quarter system, so it's just going to be fast and furious. So I think that'd be really fun.
Just directly with whatever your experience is.
Also, the practice routine is creating a false identity of self. And that's where I come from again.
It's doing what, created?
A false identity of self. I mean, that's just a thought, it's a sensation, you're putting it there.
Yeah,
Where
that's
is it? Look for it. You have to find it. And that's one of the big, deep, so people on the path, they work hard, they try to do the best for you.
All do. And that's the point of the path there.
Okay.
We're back.
Okay.
Everybody settled? I hope you had a nice lunch.
Yeah.
One very simple and direct trick to be with experience in a fresh way, in a more direct way, is to notice that experience is felt. We have all these words for how experience is perceived. I see, my vision, I hear sound, I think thoughts, and so on and so forth. But all of these are actually euphemisms for feeling. Experience is let's just say, the characteristics of experience, like color and sound, thought, all these various things, are experienced with absolute intimacy. There's no gap. It's not like when you see light, it's not like light is over here and the seeing is over here somewhere and there's just some gap between them. It's like this. Light is seen by touch. It's felt. Thought is thought by touch. It's contact. Sound is heard by contact, by touch. It's felt. Sensation, of course, we say I feel my body, and so that's a little more clearly direct. But it actually, every aspect of experience is felt with complete engagement, with complete intimacy. And noticing that this is the case can yield a fresh perspective, because it's easy to sort of create an imaginary distance from experience. Oh, my experience, I'm over here, I'm seeing my experience, or I'm thinking my thoughts, and the thoughts are somehow all of a sudden out there, and what I'm seeing is somehow out there, and I'm hearing sounds, so all of a sudden there's sound out there, and there's me over here that's doing some hearing, which acts like a bridge. But it's not really like that, it's this experience is by contact, experience is by absolute intimate engagement. And it can be very easy to notice this. Notice how light is appearing in experience. It's not experience is over here and light's over there, and this somehow has to hook it up. It's like this. It's being felt. So light is felt very directly. And sound is felt. Physical sensation is felt. Thought is felt. And so on and so forth. And all these subtle vibes and moods and stuff that that we can't classify in normal human modes. It's felt. It's absolutely intimate engagement. And when you notice this, it's very easy to be with your experience as intimately as it is. And in that context, it presents itself with the freshness and with the energy that it intrinsically possesses, that it can be very easy to kind of numb down with our conceptualizations, our elaborate models of, I'm over here, and my body's here, and my senses are working, and they're perceiving things out there, and there's sort of this big elaborate structure which acts as kind of a big blanket which sort of numbs it all down and objectifies it and makes it not vital. But in actuality, experience is very vital. It's very tingly. Light is being felt like a tingle. Sound is obviously like a tingle or a buzzing, and so on. Sensation is a tingle. In fact, if you notice, it's very easy to notice that every aspect of your experience has the same characteristic. It's kind of a sparkling or a tingling or a vibrating. I mean, again, of course, it's hard to qualify it in very precise language, but it's easy to experience this vibrating aliveness. The sound, with sensation, is very obvious, right? I mean, You feel sensation. You feel the butt on your chair, your butt on the chair, and so on and so forth. It's a kind of a sort of a dynamic, slow sort of a vibration. Sound is very high frequency. I mean, light is very high frequency vibrations, like really just ultra high frequency. But it's the same thing. It's got a vibratory nature to it. It's very intimately, very directly feelable. It's not an abstraction. This is very feelable. Sound, of course, the same thing. Sound is quite obviously a buzzing, vibrating sound sort of thing. And all the sensory characteristics, if you feel very closely, very intimately, what's actually present in the perception, you'll find the same sort of a tingling, sparkling presence. And so these can be, noticing this can be a little trick to be able to be with your experience very freshly, very in a slightly new context, because it's very easy to have these sort of mindsets of being in your body and your senses and so on and so forth. And so being with your experience directly and freshly, unmediatedly. Experience is not mediated. Experience is its own mediation. There's nothing here but experiencing. There's nothing in the way. There's nothing in between. There's no medium of it other than it itself. This vibrating tingling I call radiance. And noticing that all of the experience, every aspect of it, is nothing other than different sort of bandwidths or frequencies of this radiance, is fascinating. You discover there's nothing here but a sea of radiance, a sea of sort of sparkling. It's very easy to see this if you close your eyes and look at the inside of your eyelids and look very closely at what you see. You may notice there's just myriad, countless, tiny sort of points of light that sort of vibrate and come in and out of being, sparkle. And you can't pin any of them down. None of them stay static, but they're all quite apparent. They all clump together and sort of seem to form larger wholes and patterns, all very dynamically and unstably. But you can see the dance of it very clearly, the instability of it. And then if you open your eyes, you'll notice the same thing. It's subtler and perhaps harder to notice because the consciousness so rapidly goes to the objects and seeing a mirror or a lamp or a bush or something. But if you just look at the light itself, like look at a blank portion of the wall, you'll notice the same dancing, the same sparkling. And all of the field of vision is doing this. Any field of experience has the same sort of dynamic, sparkling, instantaneous nature. And this is a nice way to be with the vitality, the actuality, and the spontaneity, the creativity of this direct energy that shows up as your experience. You see the actual energy of your own being, and seeing the sparkling, this dynamism, this radiance.
Hearing this talk, so I have a chance to really feel something. And my arms are on my thighs and my feet are on the floor. Mm-hmm. And so normally I would just take that as a feeling of pressure.
Sure.
But it had a very mild and pleasurable electrical feeling to
it. Yeah, exactly. All sensation of any kind is a kind of an electrical tingling dynamism to it. And if you look very closely, you'll discover this. There's no, even a pressure, you feel the pressure of your shoes on the bottom of your foot, say. If you really just be with what you're actually experiencing, forget about it being your foot, forget about shoes, forget about pressure, just be with what the experience actually is, and you'll notice it's kind of, it pulsates.
It's alive.
It's alive.
Yeah.
It's not static. It's not just sitting there. In fact, if it was just sitting there, you wouldn't perceive it. You perceive it because it's fluctuating. And a lot of these fluctuations are so high frequency or so subtle we don't notice them, like in light. But sound is more obviously a fluctuation. feeling things, if it's a moving feeling, like if you rub your finger on your pants or something, it's very obviously a very sparkling thing. But even if you just sit with your fingers together, it seems relatively constant. But if you go into what's actually there, it's emotion. Electrical is a good way to put it. Sure. Yeah.
Very pleasant.
It is very pleasant. It's joyful. The liveliness of the energy that constitutes experience is joyful. It's exquisite. I mean, what we think of as pleasurable experience is direct perception of this tingling. And in fact, pain is the same tingling. And if you're with pain, it's easier, in terms of training with this, you're acclimatizing yourself to this, it's easier to experiment with mild pain maybe, because extreme pain can, it can sort of knock you for a loop. But if you're with pain, and really go into what's there, really be with the sensation of it, you discover the same thing. Pain is like a searchlight. Pain is like an amazing, glow. It's again, and you find this dynamism there, and it turns into a kind of a blissful, amazing thing. And you discover things we're used to classifying as pain or pleasure, beautiful or ugly, nice or annoying. All these different classifications are very arbitrary. And if you go to what the experience actually is, you just find different degrees of exactly the same thing, the same sort of a vibratory presence, the same sort of tingling.
So Peter, are you saying also that, for example, if you hear a sound, say it's a bird in the distance, and you hear it chirping, that really it's only sound happening, and there's no separation?
Of course, there's no separation. The sound is happening in your experience.
So you're not here and it's not there.
Of course
it's
not.
Just
sound happens here. When you suppose you look out the window and look up in the sky and see a cloud, you're seeing the cloud here in your experience. You're not seeing it somewhere else. When you see the sun, you're seeing it here in your experience. When you see the moon at night, you're seeing it here in your experience. When you see the stars, you go out at night, and I don't know if that happens very often down here in LA. But you go out at night and get a clear sky, one of those few nights of the year, and you see the stars, and you're seeing it here. You're seeing it here.
So that would eliminate distance.
Yeah.
In a way, too.
Yeah, there's no distance because everything happens in your experience, and experience is here. We subclassify aspects within experience as being here or there, near or far, left or right, and all of this. But all those relative classifications are just degrees of here. This is here, right? But no, that's farther, this is nearer. But no, the near and far is arbitrary. The here-ness, the intimacy of experience translates to here. And all experience is equally intimate.
You wouldn't tell that to a child.
Sure I would. The normal human consensus reality is a numbing down and a devaluing of how amazing experience is. Experience is an astounding, literally transcendental, miraculous phenomena. And through sort of consensus reality and fantasies of normalcy and all this sort of thing, we reduce it, we dumb it down and reduce it and suck the value out of it into this numb, given the nothing background. And then we have to go look for peak events that actually have some meaning because all of this is just here and because it's boring and dirty and a pain in the ass or whatever.
But if I see a moving truck,
right,
and I know that that's my experience,
right,
and a child that's with me,
right,
and I try to tell them that it's here,
right,
they might run in front of it.
They might. Happens every day.
But not from that.
But not running in front of trucks has nothing to do with trucks and nothing to do with space. It has to do with direct energy engagement. Functioning is not conceptual. Functioning is direct energy engagement.
Functioning is what?
Direct energy engagement. Here, how am I doing this? How am I doing it? I couldn't tell you how I'm doing it, but I can do it. And I can show a child how to do it if they're old enough. And I can tell them how to do it, but the telling isn't going to do anything. It's showing, it's a direct engagement that enables functionality. And likewise, you learn not to cut yourself, you learn not to put your hand on a hot object, you learn these things through direct experience. You don't learn them through concept. And, you know, parents have the fantasy that their concepts and all their good advice is really making a big difference. But you learn by direct engagement. All functioning is by direct engagement, and all learning is actually by direct engagement.
Well, but instructing a child not to cross the street without looking first is also it is that direct.
No, by all means, but you do that at the street, holding their hand, and the car goes whizzing by, and you know, there's kind of an in-your-face component which is not conceptual.
No, what I mean is that to think that you're doing that as a separate entity and you're thinking it through is a fallacy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You do that in whatever moment, whether you tell them ahead of time or whether you tell them in the moment. It's still direct engagement occurring.
Mm-hmm. You know, and this is really the point, is to notice this direct engagement. Experience is a contact sport. Experience is always being directly engaged with. And this engagement is incredibly intimate, incredibly profound, and incredibly interactive, and meaningful and intelligent. So, you know, in other words, you're participating in every aspect of your experience just by it being here. You know, it's an interactive phenomenon, and there's untold potentialities for functionality within that, and we're quite aware of a lot of those in terms of, well, yeah, I can walk and I can feed myself and I can talk and blah 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 blah. But there may be other subtle aspects to this interactivity that we are not used to noticing or crediting, you know, in terms of, again, consensus reality interpretations of what's going on. And it's not important to classify these things. It's not even important that they exist. The point is to notice this direct engagement, the power and the intelligence and the meaningfulness of direct engagement with experience. Experience is such a positivity, and being engaged with it is such a positivity too. It's interesting, it's fascinating, it's meaningful, it's stimulating. And just by the more directly you can notice you are engaged with it already spontaneously, the more you get to enjoy that and take advantage of that and participate with that consciously on that level. And you'll never be bored again. I can sit in the doctor's office for 3 hours without a magazine, and I'll be happy as a pig in shit the entire time. Boredom is a thing of the past. Boredom is gone forever. Because experience is so beautifully stimulating and interesting and exciting and fascinating, and it's just this never-ending light show that just goes anywhere. And it already is that. It always is that. It can't not be that. And so it's just a matter of noticing that that's the case. You don't need to make it special or do something to, you know, to somehow amp it up. It's just a matter of just don't dumb it down. Quit censoring it. Quit pretending it's dull and stupid, and it won't behave as if it is. It won't look like it is.
So I've noticed, like I can see it right now, like the sparkling of the wall, right? You know, a while back, I was in what I'd call a physically sick condition. I didn't feel like eating, sleep was hard, and I was shaking. And I was also, I would say, partially hallucinating. Like I had to beware of patterns because I could really just patterns could go crazy. Then I noticed, I like to have white noise, keep traffic noises out, right? Inside a fan and a white noisemaker. music comes out of these things now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, white noise is a complete, you know, full engagement entertainment center. Turn on the air conditioner. I'm bored.
I heard big band music.
Oh no, totally.
I heard solo singing. I heard rap, which I don't like. I heard marching.
Turn off the air conditioner. Damn kids these days with passes for music.
I was worried I was going to hear more things that I might not necessarily like, but there it is, you know.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Experience is fractally, infinitely content-filled. Even a small portion of your experience is an infinite fractal field of information. You know, a small portion of thought, a small portion of your field of vision, a small portion of sensation. I mean, you can just be with the sensation of like one fingertip. And it's a universe. It's literally an endless universe of infinite, you know, meaningfulness and content. There's no limit to the depth of quantity, quality, meaningfulness, profundity that can be found anywhere in experience. I mean, it's one of the, it just comes with. It's one of the perks of infinity. It's one of the nice, no, it's true. It's one of the nice things about infinity is it's infinite, and every portion of it is as infinite as the whole. And you can find this in experience. Any portion of your experience is infinite. I mean, you know, it's so easy to tell. You know, look at a flower, or look at a cup, or look at a speck of dust or something. And if you really are with what is present, it just opens into a universe.
No. So I was kind of worried that my imagination was now taking over. You know, like it's my imagination is just going to start producing things for me. But I'm getting here that it's not a hallucination. It's sort of a birth.
Yeah, it's creativity, because the imagination is a part of experience too. Imagination is a reflection of the inherent intelligence of this experience that meaningfully interconnects things. You know, I mean, we're all very familiar with this. We all have all sorts of imaginations. We meaningfully connect events. We meaningfully connect patterns that we see. You know, oh, I'm in a room with people. How can I know that? How can I see that? It's just that there's all these bizarre shapes and colors in front of me. Well, if I correlate the kind of shapes I'm seeing and the sort of configurations and all that, I can extrapolate that. If I model that as being a bunch of human bodies sitting in chairs in an enclosed space, then that configuration kind of fits. How does that happen? It happens through essentially imagination, through this, you know, pattern correlation function that spontaneously exists within experience, within intelligence. And the same imagination that hears symphonies and white noise, the same imagination that makes dreams, the same imagination that when you close your eyes starts to see not just patterns, but the patterns sort of begin to clump into meta patterns and shapes and things, even though all that's there is little flickers. You see that on the wall too. You know, look at a blank wall for 5 minutes, and you'll start to see, you know, War and Peace or something. I mean, it's just all this amazing, you know. And this is just evidence of this inherent functionality of the inherent intelligence that is part and parcel of this, of experience. It's not a separate thing.
So it's something to be welcomed.
Well, it may as well welcome it. And it's beautiful. It's amazing. It's astounding. In one sense, it's what causes all the problems spiritually, because it's what's generating all the delusion and all the confusion. But once you see what it is clearly, it's not a matter of stopping it. It's a matter of seeing it, recognizing it. Then you're free of it, and you don't get trapped by it. You see it as an amazing, you know, cross correlation of information, rather than you know, a straitjacket that's constructed traps. Like when you hear, like when you free associate music and white noise, music is, you're not stuck with the music. It's just there. It's a gift. It's a gimme. It's an extra. It's icing on the cake.
It is amazing.
It's amazing.
Because
It's totally amazing.
It was like it's just as if someone was playing that music in
No,
this
for
room.
real, yeah, sure. But we do this all the time, just with our thought. Thought is nothing. Thought is just like white noise, basically. And yet we turn our thought into all sorts of arguments, and we're arguing with ourselves, and we're thinking this, and we're remembering that, and all this. But thought is just these flickers of like the Northern Lights. But the imagination goes in there, and all of a sudden you have Encyclopedia Britannica and political platforms and the whole deal, right? Out of nothing. It just bootstraps itself up out of nothing. It's an astounding potency. It's an astounding functionality. And when you see that it's not based on anything, it's not, what is imagined isn't anything, it's just imagination, then it's no longer entrapping. And you get to enjoy the beauty of it. I mean, all this incredible elaboration that the imagination spits out, it's a trip. It's amazing. It's fun. It's entertaining.
It's interesting. Sometimes when I'm laying in bed, either about to go to sleep or just waking up, especially when I wake up sometimes, I have to take my time waking up. That the mental chatter, the tendency is to want to try to work it out on its own level, like content working itself out in content. Mm-hmm. And it's just and then it's just like a maze that I'm lost in. It's very interesting. I'll sit there and I go, I know that's not the way to work it out. And then as I start waking up and the other senses come in, then the context of it sort of takes care of the maze. I mean, it just disappears. Yeah. It evaporates as opposed to having to work it out. Yeah. But it's interesting how.
Well, dreams are the same thing. Dreams are just a sort of a disassociated vibes floating around in sleep, and the imagination looks at them and sort of hallucinates them into a situation and into problems and into challenges and things you have to grapple with or sort out or be befuddled by or whatever it is, right? Of course, it can be anything. And all of this is bootstrapped up out of nothing. Dream is nothing. It's a free association that just effortlessly happens in the imagination. But thought and waking imagination are just the same thing. And in fact, all interpretation is the same thing. So when you walk into a room and know the name of everything you see without even having to think about it, that's the same thing. You're basically free associating all that stuff into existence.
But that's arising at the same time, right?
Of course. It's an inherent functionality of this. It's included. It's not a separate thing or anything that's imposed or on top of. It's just the nature of this. That's one of the dimensionalities of this. This has many included dimensions in its nature, and one of these dimensions is this amazing intelligence of meaningfulness and cross correlation and all that we experience as analytic ability, as imagination, as pattern recognition, all these sorts of things. Imagine if you had no pattern recognition, you'd never know where you were, what you were looking at. You couldn't designate. I'm tending to use vision as my metaphor in terms of the words I'm using now, but of course it applies in any experiential field whatsoever. You wouldn't be able to distinguish anything. I mean, you'd be aware of differences, but you wouldn't be able to pull it all together into meaningful patterns. And we orient by patterns. You walk in a room and you know if there's other people in the room. If you didn't have pattern recognition, there may be people in the room and chairs and clocks and windows, and you wouldn't be able to tell if there was people in the room.
You're falling down all the time.
Yeah, whatever, right? Who knows? So, this inherent functionality is pretty amazing.
Yeah, I had it as a reflection or a reaction. I had it out of time with the present.
Yeah, well, it has a reflective quality, self-reflective quality, because it's a kind of a harmonic of present characteristics in terms of correlating them and all of that. But it's all in real time. It has to be. It's all basically a dimension of this event. But this event is a functionality. There's nothing inert here. There's nothing that's here that's just sort of sitting here as a passive, inert otherness. Everything is a positivity. The presence of characteristics is a positivity. It's a creativity. it's shining forth. Well, positivity is a good way to put it. And the presence of intelligence is a positivity. The presence of functionality is a positivity. You know, the presence of direct energy engagement functionality. I mean, the fact that your metabolism can work, the fact that you can walk, the fact that you can talk. I mean, all the inherent functionalities that exist. It all comes with. It's all just dimensions of this.
It reminds me of you saying that there's only cause, no effect.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I said that?
Yes, you did.
Pretty clever. I want to meet the guy that said that. Oh. Good way to put it. No cause, no effect. Yeah. Try to remember that.
Or could you say, there's no thing, only in?
Yeah, sure. Very good. Yeah, of course. Right on.
I didn't hear what you said.
She said, there's no thing, only ing.
Inging.
Yeah. No nouns, just verb. And again, noticing all of this, noticing that you know, just the richness of just this that's here, just this experience that is spontaneously, you know, inalienably present. You can't stop it. You can't make it go away. It's here. It's in your face. Just noticing that and noticing, you know, letting yourself open to just the ways in which it is what it is. It's just so, you know, so nourishing and so vitalizing and so informing and entertaining and opening and just, you know, good stuff. You're reaching that after lunch slump. It's time to send out to Starbucks or something. Try, all right.
You said something in one of your talks about circumstances being a reflection of the inner workings.
Right.
The inner process or something like that. I don't remember how you put it. Can you talk about that?
Sure. Yeah. Everything, all the patterns that you experience are your process, or like a readout of your inherent process. So, what your life looks like at the moment is what your life is. And of course, that doesn't mean you can make sense of it or analyze it in a useful way. But nonetheless, it's certainly true. So, in other words, what things look the way they are, and things are the way they look. Is that helpful? No, probably not.
So, I mean, yeah, to some extent I understand what you're talking about.
So, in other words, what you seem to see in your experience, not necessarily correlating with what you're thinking it is, or your interpretation of it, but actually what you seem to see in your experience is actually the very process of what you are, of your being at that point in your life, in your existence. And of course that can be reflected in your interpretations if you're not too wildly heavy-handed. But it's much more than however you interpret it to be, because of course it's what it is infinite and multidimensional, and most of it's not amenable to accurate interpretation. It's like interpreting a dream. It's easy to come up with an interpretation of a dream. There's going to be an incredible partialization of the richness that's actually there. Dreams are a perfect example. Dreams are profoundly meaningful. I mean, anyone that's ever done any kind of dream work, or played a dream for a psychologist, or even just goofed on them with a friend, where you start looking at the meaningfulness of a dream. Dreams are these fractal, bottomless pools of just like amazing meaningfulness. Every single thing that's in the dream is there for a reason. Every single thing has all sorts of meaningfulness and double messages and innuendo and stuff. And waking life is just like that.
Yeah, but it's like if you go into that interpretation, it's not helpful, at least not to
Right,
me.
exactly. That's the point. Is that the interpretation is never accurate. So your idea of what's going on is never what's really going on. Even if you're really clever at it and really do good interpretations, it may have some usefulness, but it's not going to scratch the surface of what's actually here. Because what's actually happening on is so nonlinear and so multidimensional. It's not amenable to analysis. It's not amenable to saying this is this and that's that. Human language and human conceptualization is very linear. It's very simplistic. It breaks things down into being this or that, and this is different than that, and that is different than this, and this can interact with that, or that can interact with this. All of which is very sort of piecemeal and limited. But actual experience isn't like that. It doesn't break into pieces in the first place. In the second place, it's non-linearly interactive throughout the field in infinitely multidimensional ways. So every portion is interacting with every other portion in many, many ways, and in even many, many more ways mediated through other portions. And I mean, it's just, obviously you just go nuts if you're trying to make sense of any of that.
Yeah, that's like that. I don't even go there anymore.
Yeah, but that's what it really is, which is why it's not amenable to a simple interpretation, or conceptual interpretation.
I'd like to explore the idea of learning.
Sure.
Certainly there's pretty obvious things like you said before, that you learn not to step in front of a moving truck.
Or not. Hopefully.
Did I say not?
No, I said or not.
Oh, right. But then it seems to me as one grows up and knows all those things, there's certain things you've learned don't work for you, certain behaviors. Say.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so in your cosmology, so to speak, you do change. I mean, you don't want.
Well, hopefully you do.
Well, I mean, you don't want to fall into that. I mean, yeah, sometimes you don't, but you don't want to make that same mistake again.
Yeah. And this has to do with the nonlinearity of phenomena, the nonlinearity of the energy field that constitutes experience. When you learn within a certain limited dimension of a certain context, and what you're presented with experientially will not always or even very often be limited to that context. So, in other words, you may learn about not running in front of cars in LA, but you go to New York and all of a sudden maybe it's a different ball game. Or all of a sudden, you may know how to walk, but all of a sudden you start working on boats or something and you have to learn how to walk all over again, so the way you learn to walk doesn't longer apply. In other words, the range of, let's call them experiential characteristics that that functions present within is infinitely broad. And so if you learn a kind of a functionality within a given textual context, there's going to be other and much more varied versions of that textual context that you may encounter where your learning needs to be amended or updated or even drastically modified. Like you may learn how to get along with people and then you go into law or politics or something and you have to completely relearn everything.
No, but this idea that you don't make decisions or, everything comes into you, how does that?
Well, it's not important. You don't need to figure out how to do it. You just do it. Learning doesn't, you don't need to have free will to learn. Learning, whatever it is something that can happen. And so, again, you don't need to let theory get in the way of practice.
But you're wrong if you think you've got any control over that. Is that correct?
You may or may not be, because it depends on what you mean by control. Whatever control actually is certainly vastly beyond anyone's idea of what it is. There's not no control, but there's not control. That's some other state that vastly transcends either of those conditions. And the same thing can be said about most human modes of analysis. That's the problem with our language and our analysis. We posit a condition verbally, like control or free will or anything, and it seems to be the thing that the word is defined as. But the actual condition is completely more than that, and it's just in different ways that are very much other than that, even if the ways in which the definition addresses it is relevant as far as it goes. So sure, there's obviously seems to be something like we call free will. I mean, I can move my hand or I can not move my hand. And I can move my hand or I can not move my hand. So that looks an awful lot like free will. But what's really happening is much, much, much more subtle and complex. And it's not simply subsumed under the notion of free will. And the same argument applies to any way of looking at what there is or the way things work. Learning's the same way.
So to let go of our rather narrow definitions of these things.
Yes. Exactly. And then you have the thing itself, which will show you what it is, as long as you don't try to constrain it by having a narrow definition of it. In other words, be with the actuality, don't be with your definition of it. And the actuality will always, 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 always supersede your definition. And this is why living life in terms of interpretation, living life in terms of a defined interpretation, is always a limitation. It's a censorship. It's a paring down of something which is much bigger and vaster and more multidimensional into some relative simplicity. And the actuality doesn't conform to that simplicity, so you're always going to be stubbing your toes against reality.
I'm caught up on, have you been saying, do not see the flowers behind you, but see the vibration?
Sure, well you can see the flowers, but the flowers are vibration. And we're used to calling that vibration flowers, but that doesn't make it actually flowers.
So how do I get there? Do I deny?
You already are there.
Flowers?
No, just look at the fact that something is present in your experience, and some portion of your experience is thinking that's flowers, but your vision isn't saying it's flowers. The word flowers isn't appearing in your visual field, right? And when you see the flowers, if it makes you feel a certain way, you look at the flowers and go, wow, it's beautiful. I mean, this is a feeling, not with the words beautiful. That feeling doesn't say it's flowers. So you're already engaged with it in many ways that are non-conceptual. So just let yourself notice that. And at the same time, your mind is saying, oh yeah, it's a flower. But that's a relatively small event. Thought takes up a relatively small portion of, let's call it, the real estate of your experience. Like if you look at how your experience is set up sort of spatially, and again, this is not, of course, literally accurate, but just metaphorical. You might notice your field of vision is sort of sitting here, sort of a fuzzy-edged oval on its side, sort of sitting here in the middle, just in the middle of things, right? Can't say where it is, but here it is, right? And so where's your field of hearing now? Well, your field of hearing isn't right in the field of vision. It's sort of in some other dimension, sort of right around here. Where are your thoughts happening? Well, they're not happening in the field of vision. They're sort of happening, some dimension up here. Thoughts definitely there, and they're definitely not vision. And vision is definitely here, and it's definitely not thought. But they don't step on each other's toes. If thought's happening, it doesn't get in the way of vision. And if vision's happening, it doesn't get in the way of thought. Well, you can notice this. I mean, this is interesting. These things happen in their own sort of space, their own dimension, whatever, right? Obviously, you can't be precise about this. But this is noticeable. And what's powerful about this is you notice that the thought that this is a flower is happening here. Seeing the actuality is happening here. And they don't really have much to do with each other. They pretend to, but they aren't actually impinging on each other. I hear a sound, the hearing happens here, and the thought, oh, it's a car driving by, happens here. But the sound and the thought are not one and the same. The sound is here in the dimension of sound, and the thought is here in the dimension of thought. And when you notice that, it's possible to let the thought happen, but be with the sound. And the sound is not a thought. And all of a sudden you're with a direct energy presence outside the context of defining, even if the defining is happening, because the defining is happening up here. It's not happening here, where the direct energy presence is happening. And the same with flower. So that, the flower is happening here, you feel the vision. And the thought about flowers and all of that is happening here. So it's noticing that your experience multitasks. It's like having a bunch of different windows open on your computer, and one of them is thought, and one of them is vision, and so on. And they don't really have much to do with each other, even if there seems to be some synchronicity between them. Like, oh, I'm seeing the flower, and I'm thinking about flowers. But I can think about flowers and not be seeing the flower, right? Or I could see a flower and not be thinking about flowers. Suppose I'm distracted or something. I'm looking at flowers, and I'm thinking about a pretty girl or something, But I'm still seeing the flower. So in other words, there can seem to be a correlation between events in these different dimensions, but there can also not be a correlation, and whether or not there seems to be a correlation is sort of circumstantial evidence. It's not an actual correlation. And yeah.
I wanted to ask you if all of those dimensions aren't just awareness.
Yeah. Well, they're just reality, whatever they are. To sort of boil that down to awareness and think you know what that is kind of pointless. But you could say that, yeah, sure. They're just awareness. They're just reality. They're just consciousness. They're just, universal radiance. They're just God. They're just you. Whatever, you can sort of substitute any word you want.
Well, the point that for me was that I was thinking, if you look at it very deeply, seeing isn't what you think it is. It's purely awareness. And hearing is,
sure.
Yeah.
Right.
That's right.
But then the trick is look and see what awareness really is. And you look and see that it is completely unanalyzable, even as being awareness or not.
Yes.
So then awareness per se turns out to be another oversimplification. It just is it's unnameable. It's completely unnameable, completely indescribable, but completely real, completely actionable.
Okay.
And you can be with that directly without having to hold it being anything, even awareness.
I find it powerful that everything that we were talking about earlier, that everything's like experientially is like physics, and like nothing is exempt from that.
Yeah.
And even like the dullness and sleepiness, they're actually really rich.
Everything.
Really rich.
Yeah. Experience is intrinsically effervescent. Experience is intrinsically tingly. It's sparkly. It's bubbly goodness.
I feel invited a lot to just go back to an earlier time. It just occurs to me that there's just been this accretion over the years of all our judgments and fears and blah, 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 blah. And I think back to a happier time, as a child. And then, of course, child, innocence, experience, enlightened, innocence, mountain, no mountain, mountain, you know, so I was thinking maybe kind of this process, whole thing can be simplified in a way just to say, I'm sort of creating it anyway, and I'm just going to, I feel like I can just walk down the street and be present, you know, and enjoy it, and not have all these concepts or, oh, I got to make something of myself, or all this other stuff that I used to think that kind of, and
absolutely.
Yeah, so you know, I know enough, you know, that I'm not going to be snookered, you know, by this one, or I'm going to walk out in the street and get hit by a car, you know. I mean, I have, you know, the basic functioning, you know, awareness like that for safety and so forth. But, you know, I can trust to open up to this sort of childlike wonder that I've lost over the years. You know?
Absolutely. That's the whole point, really.
Yeah.
I mean, in the Bible, Christ is supposedly quoted as having said, unless you become like a little child, you can't enter the kingdom of heaven. And this is exactly what that refers to, is the essential state of being with experience directly, nakedly, unqualifiedly, and drinking in the fact that experience is essentially joyful and nutritious and exciting and stimulating, is the kingdom of heaven. It literally is. This is what enlightenment is. This is what reality is. This is what spiritual actuality is. And it's available because it's never left. You know, when we become adult and we get overlaid with all these layers of programming and sophistication and brainwashing and what have you, enculturation, they're like layers that are piled on top of our primal childish nature. But that never went anywhere. It's just right here, like it always has been. It's just really a question of letting yourself be with your experience that way.
So, do you think that the kingdom of heaven is the present moment?
Yes, the kingdom of heaven is this actuality. And the only thing that keeps it from being recognized as heaven is our misinterpretation of it as being limited, as being finite, as being dependent upon behaviors and achievements and ownership and so on and so forth. All of which is an imposition and a limitation and a censorship of a fundamental richness and fullness and open dimensionality.
So entering the kingdom of heaven would be fully experiencing the present moment.
And you already are fully experiencing it, so it's just acknowledging that experience, letting yourself appreciate it consciously, directly. Absolutely. Yeah. It's all very simple. It really is very, very simple. The only fly in the ointment is the fact that these lifelong behaviors of relating to things through a persona, through a worldview, through an interpretation is addictive. We're used to doing it. We know it. We're familiar. We kind of like it in a perverse way. You know, even when we feel like we're trying to get out of it, there's a part of ourselves that really likes it. We like the soap opera, you know, and so, you know, I often say reality is easy to find, but it's unreality that's hard to let go of. Because we're addicted to it. It's a Jones, you know, we're strung out on it. We're just like completely, you know, we actually in a very perverse way like the suffering. You know, it seems to be juicy, it's got content, it's like, oh, this great story, you know, I'm the hero, and God, it's just all this shit's happening, and how's it going to come out, you know? How exciting. And it's really it's a kind of a perverse addiction, because the alternative is this incredible fulfilling lusciousness, and yet we go to the soap opera. Go figure.
But I don't think of myself as a hero so much as the protagonist.
Well, yeah, I'm just, you know, I'm waxing poetic here.
I'd like to be a hero.
Well, yeah, usually we're, I think for most people we're the victim rather than the hero. Kind of the perverse hero. Protagonist. The star of our story. And here's the star of our story, me. Cast of thousands, cast of millions, cast of billions. Yes.
Also along those lines, the imaging is very powerful, because one sees a mind-body apparition, and so you feel like you're someone. In the context, I mean, it is a major perception. It's a major perception. And that illusion of identification with this image, walking about, you know, and having parents, quote unquote, you know, there is a storyline and narrative that's intrinsically there in the appearance of it.
It's not intrinsic in the appearance, it's intrinsic in the interpretation. I mean, the body appears, but it's not body until it's interpreted as being body. The body appears.
It's identifying with the form.
First identifying the form in the first place as a form, and secondarily identifying with it, and a corresponding unidentification with other form.
Right.
But all form is actually a continuum. So the origin of it is is isolating forms, individual forms within the continuum, and then a subsequent layer of identification of identifying certain of those forms as self and certain of those forms as other.
The parts.
Yeah. So this is me, but that's not me.
Yeah.
You know. But actually, there's no this, no this, no this. There's just this.
And no me.
Well, yeah, obviously.
But also, one of the things about it that gets me is, it is, what you say is accurate. You know, it's a continuum of energy manifestation. However, in the visual, it does not appear that way. You know, when I see the rose, let's say, I take a look, you know, you see the flower, whatever. Now, I'm not seeing the molecular breakdown or the energy manifestation. The way in which this system sees images is very particular, and it seems that lends itself to the interpretation.
It does, but it also, in actual fact, reveals the incoherence of observation. You may not see molecules, but you do see absolute differentiation. So when you look at something, you look at a flower, and you see the flower isn't a flower. The flower is many arbitrarily defined portions of the field of vision, each of which is different from each of the others. And it's the imagination that lumps all those together and defines them as a flower and defines them as essentially having integrity against other aspects of the visual field which are lumped together with themselves or not and don't have the same integrity. And all of that is done essentially in imagination.
Right.
The field of vision is infinitely differentiated. You know, so in other words, if I look at a person, every single portion of what I see in my field of vision is different than every other portion. I look at their face, and I'm seeing, you know, I could say 100,000 colors at 100,000 points.
Right.
And so I may not be seeing the atoms or the molecules or the quarks, but I am seeing the same phenomena of absolute differentiation and also absolute indeterminacy, because I'm seeing 100,000 colors or whatever, but I can't say what any one of those colors actually is. I can't pin it down. So you have this strange phenomena of, you can find as much specificity as you want in the perceptual field, but every single portion of that specificity is actually indeterminate. You can't actually pin down what any of it is. And in this, even again, in this just direct perceptual phenomena, you discover how slippery things are and how arbitrary it is to you know this effortless grouping and creating sets of phenomena as entities and all that. How that works? It's a very strange phenomenon.
I love it.
So, experiencing the sparkle, everything you're saying is phenomenal, and then there's, well, I'll just put it out and I'll let you dissect it.
I got out my knives.
Yes, please.
Not very sharp, I'm afraid.
And then there's this profound grief.
Uh-huh.
It's like, holy shit. You know, what an incredible waste. Or it isn't even the word waste. It's just like, it's just grief. and I feel that. I'm not in grief.
Right.
But okay, so that's it.
Okay. Well,
And I just, I just, what happened? Well, whatever. Who cares? Is something funny happening?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
You're asking the wrong guy.
Let's
I'm clueless.
Okay, so there is that grief, and when I listen to you, sometimes I get the sense of, well, if I, just allow everything that is what is, then what I'm, calling grief is just another, blah, blah, blah of reality.
Of course.
Okay. So I get that.
Right.
But I would like a little bit more piercing of the
Okay.
grief.
I'll get out my scalpel.
Okay.
The grief, the what a waste is a naive misinterpretation in itself. Because it's a supposition that things would be better if they were some other way. Which is, again, a supposition and essentially an arrogance that you know how things are. In actuality, nothing is a waste. Everything is exactly the way it needs to be. Not in a way that makes sense, but just in fact. So, the incredible, inefficient, and frustrating and suffering engendering mode of engaging with reality ignorantly, that seems to be such an epidemic among human beings now, is the process of reality. And the process of reality is a good thing. And this very process ultimately leads to realization, which is a good thing. So there's no waste. Everything is exactly and ultra efficiently doing exactly what it's supposed to do to achieve exactly what it's supposed to achieve. But what it's doing, what it's supposed to achieve, and how it's doing it is completely inscrutable, entirely mysterious. So thinking you can interpret it enough to even interpret it as a waste is being heavy-handed. Can you see that?
It's interesting. I mean, I'm getting it on one level, but on another level, there's something about listening to you say all that that's making me even sadder.
Okay.
And I don't know, and so
well, you can just play with that, feel that, and see what it leads to. Check it out.
I can relate to exactly what she's saying. It's like shifting. I really mean it. It's sort of, when you're a teenager, you saw the world a certain way, or maybe you fell in love with, or there was Santa Claus, or the Easter Bunny, whatever. And you love this thing. I mean, that's the way you saw it, and that was the way the world was. Okay, so now when you shift, when you really shift, some of these things have that effect. In other words, oh my God, I'm losing Santa Claus.
Right.
And I like Santa, but made me feel safe. Okay, I was traditions, I knew what I was supposed to do, and whatever I thought, right?
Right.
But now the rug's being pulled seriously, and there's nothing to hold on to, so to speak.
Right.
And everything I thought was real isn't real, and I'm too old to be this dumb.
Right.
I could go on with the narrative, right?
Right.
And how the hell did this happen? That I've been walking around like this, for this long, and I'm just seeing this.
Yeah.
For God's sake, believe me. And so this is can be an emotional.
Sure.
And there's nothing wrong with a good cry over achieving with some wisdom.
Of course not.
But you do move from areas that you had a certainty on.
Sure.
You believed in with your heart and soul, and you're now seeing, oh my God, this is totally inaccurate, and you can cry, you can feel sad, as you do it, and it's okay, it's all okay.
Yeah, absolutely. There can be an emotional component to all of this for sure.
Connected.
But
the sense of self can be connected to, even though it's a false sense of self.
Yeah, exactly. And all of that is part and parcel of this process doing what it does, and is a profound beauty to it. And that beauty is not in any way diminished by its challenge, by its suffering, by its emotionality.
Compassion.
All that, anything.
Letting go of what
Sure.
you thought was the
Sure.
way.
Sure, yeah. Naivety is beautiful, and coming to worldly wisdom is beautiful. And the transitions can be emotional, and that's beautiful.
Yeah, it's okay, because really, when we start looking at it in the manner in which we are discovering, there is nothing to hold on to.
Exactly, nothing to hold on to. And nothing you need to hold on to, because here it is, it never goes away. You don't need to cling to it.
That is a big, because the other script was continuity, there was
Yeah.
meaning, there's a lot of
Safety, predictability.
Yeah, come
Good
on.
riddance.
Just taking
Highly
over
overrated.
the day, And then here you are sitting there and you're thinking, oh my God, what the heck? And you try to do this and get a good career and the house and the flower, what the hell ever you were trying to do, right? And then suddenly you say, wait a minute, this is not the way it is at all.
Yeah.
And that's a fascinating experience. I mean, I'm taking a massage class just to calm down. I'm taking a massage class just to calm down. I swear to God, it's just so
Yeah.
You feel it.
Sure.
You feel it.
Transition is disrupting. It's exciting.
Yeah.
It's disturbing.
Right.
It's discontinuous. It's unnerving because it's provocative. You're going into the unknown, and all of that, But it's real. It's alive. It's vital, and and hell, it's fun.
It's fun.
What else are you gonna do?
You're right.
But it sounds like the Gospel of Thomas that you quote, let the seeker seek till he finds he'll be greatly troubled.
Yeah.
Then exhilarated. So,
yeah.
But that greatly troubled part.
Yeah.
You're letting go, you're letting go of an old, with a security blanket, that you maybe held on to.
Yeah.
So, yes to everything that was said, and the beauty just tears your heart open.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And the love tears your heart open.
Mm-hmm.
And to not get stuck in what that emotion is, but just to let it be rent.
Sure.
That's
just to let it be what?
Rent. Ripped apart.
Sure.
Ripped open.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, this is an inconceivable.
That's what. Say it.
Oh, all great love, every great love sheds a tear.
And so, and Laura whispered that to me, and then I just stayed with what I was actually experiencing, the tears welling up.
Sure.
And that's huge stuff.
Sure. This is inconceivably beautiful. This is inconceivably poignant. This is inconceivably meaningful. Not just as hyperbole, it literally is. And when you see that, especially if you haven't been seeing it, it can be like a bit of a tidal wave of, whoa!
Yes.
But on the other hand, it is that. And it's amazing, and it's always that. And it's always right here. And you are that. It's what you are. And you kind of get used to it. Not in a way, not in the sense of getting numb, just in the sense of, yeah, this is it. This is real. This is life. This is beautiful. This is, this is inconceivable richness. Inconceivable richness is not a special thing. Inconceivable richness is actually normalcy. Inconceivable richness is actually reality. And it's you. And, here it is. Here you are. And welcome. Never going to go away. You may as well enjoy it. For real. I mean, it is that.
Yeah, I more than get that.
Why don't we take a 10-minute break or so?
Okay.
How late can we go to that, Dave? 3:30?
3:15.
Okay. So we take a 10-minute break and then we can go for another hour or so.
Okay.
And stretch your legs, have a tea, have a pee. Total joke.
Or TP.
Or TP.
Check it through TP.
Check your email. So I'll be back in 10 minutes or so, looks like.
Yeah, and then finally when our daughter's trying to get it, and they move to the okay, all right. Now we didn't do it.
So my daughter's I'll be purging stuff in the house and you're welcome. And I'll take a photo on a text message chain. I'll say, how about the donate this? Why do I do that? And I'll get back from them, no, Mom, I'm going to get rid of it, or, oh, Mom, I want that, what do I do? Yes, I so this would be my sis. But if you call me and respect it, oh, God, yeah. And now sometimes we'll, you know, go to dinner or lunch somewhere, we'll take a picture and send it to them. And they go, oh, no. See our everyday experience, each other. Right, you know, things in your life, that is right. So for that reason I did it. Yeah. Exactly. All of us the same, the same plan. We are paying for it, so they don't have to do it. Yeah, but she's got the cold. And so I figured, okay, well, that's the reason. Yeah. No, that at least, because but I had to have a reason because until then I could still send a text and then you had to get the one letter several times to get the letter what you wanted, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. She gets a little. And I thought, okay, now, anybody wants to drop that, they can call me. Or they can leave me a message if she found. You know, it's a new thing, kind of like you're grown. Exactly. You're moving. Fast water river. Sometimes you get a smooth spot, sometimes it's like the rocks are bouncing back and forth. Oh, yeah. Sometimes you get so. Oh,
I just watched a documentary about her and I thought that really
and I'm in the close contact because I know I'm older, right? And, you know, we're all getting older.
That's true.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, no, there's two. What happened? Okay, and everybody. What happened?
Now, that's a typical record.
Yeah, I am shortening. Yes, the world was extremely complicated.
It didn't seem that way.
Oh, I call it my sister.
What do you mean?
This is all illusionary. No. Yeah, but it's all a dream. What is a dream?
Yeah, this is all a table, okay? Don't give me the bullshit.
Like,
okay?
Gotcha. And they know what they know.
Yeah, you know it. Firmly. That's why the ship
A little bit of that goes on.
Yeah. Yes, because there was nothing seen.
advertising everything.
Because then you know where things are laid out. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know the lay of the land. It's not a new neighborhood. No, because then you have to place everything. There's no neighborhood.
And he was doing it.
And he was doing it.
I liked him.
Oh, yeah. That's nice. No, in the Amazon, I think we're, in Manhattan, blocked off street.
Mine is the fact that I was the one who was.
Think it has a number, no? Oh, yeah. Wait.
Oh, yeah, he said, here I goes into the, how do we push this world? And no one has marked the trail before him. He goes into the dark and says, no, well, it's that kind of deal. Well, because the darkness is you're always in a
Like, we tell you, patrol. Yeah, they want to know.
It's so much easier to away, because you're always present in the moment, and you're always, oh, that's obviously the way to go.
And then immediately after, but I was the one who. And then you look around and, oh, that's it.
I totally love that.
You're not trying to figure it out, you're actually here.
Oh, and seeing what is and taking, like you would when you were a kid, rather than a picture.
Precisely, a little kid,
Oh, my goodness.
they have to be indoctrinated slowly. It starts with I like it. Another one is oh my God, oh man, I didn't either. I like sports where I was doing track and field, where you ran on your own time, or you were part of a relay team that was okay, sort of, because it was only somebody else's, you faster or slower than you, so you were okay in there. Yeah. But, most sports teams, yeah, they can not. Yeah. I'll tell you what, when I left Cuba when I was little, I never felt I'd fit in a cubicle, first of all, because there was too many rules and too many things certain ways.
Wow, time for breakfast.
I didn't agree so, I really was gonna do that.
Oh, yeah. It's always done the same way.
Yeah, I know.
Funny stuff going on, huh?
And I went back too. Right. And so
She wondered why we laughed at that one point, because she talked quite a long and she goes, and that's it. And then she started talking. That's what cracked us up.
And as the Cuban was really very Cuban, and he was an American. Then we moved to the first. I can blend into the diversity of the space. And Berkeley is economically,
I'd have to look into Google.
religion-wise, politically diverse.
What, that's one of the most?
My friends came there from,
Open shelter here if you want to stretch out.
and I could follow any rule I wanted to. Where do you come from? So when you enter
Put your
the
feet up.
forest and the woods, you realize that, you're part of the parcel of the woods. Yes. So, you more than blend in, there's no way to stand out.
And you make your way, whatever
And
that
you
way
just
is.
find your way through. And you don't even do it really, it's what we were saying before, when you feel it, you're always present.
Oh, they're REI.
Get up now.
I've never been to a Route 40 store. They had one on Roseland off the 405.
You got up your business.
And I get I might have right. So I get pictures. There's sports.
I was in the attic. Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Online.
It's all water.
It's all
I do.
If you write the product on mind by the computer. Yeah, and it's all in there. You can identify all the different thoughts and opinions come from. All that was that.
I don't know. I have to try things on because I have a report.
You know, or not.
Very small.
In the end, you don't identify with it.
Whereas these are probably not.
I don't know. Or any of them, you know.
Oh, yeah. You have no problem.
I mean, I am relating to.
Having fun?
To what we are discussing. What we're discussing is a phenomenal claim happening, and we're just putting color to it. Yeah, we're talking about happening.
How's Stu doing?
And our relationship.
He's doing fine.
Right.
Fine. I kind of wish he was, well, I wish he was here this afternoon. She would love to talk about imagination. She always takes some time to stop thinking and stop imagination. And, you're saying how it's creativity.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Yeah, no, but I know what you're saying. Yeah.
She's gearing up for just going home. Leaving home.
So that's a big thing for women.
Big for me too.
Oh, it's definitely, it's a page turner for sure. Page turn in.
Right, that's
You know, he spends more and more time with his girlfriend and his friends, like, he's already left home.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is what happens when they hit a certain age. They just sort of start getting more and more on with their lives, and less your kid and more just their people.
Right, yes, I know.
More expensive.
Yeah.
Amy got a call from,
Right.
I don't know, Galaxy. She went to Ariana Huffington's house and photographed it.
Oh, wow.
We had a great time at work, though.
We don't, no place, using that word as transcendent. We don't, say we have a viewpoint of view. Then what is it? Oh, I didn't know what you said. And this is beyond the phenomenon, see? There is no experience in this. This is just this, but awareness of it. But it's this, that's what it was. So that's why I love Peter Steffen towards my cousin's son, the hat.
George would cut the Snickers bars that are right before it can be
If I don't.
in Sunfield.
Yeah, attention to something, you know what I mean?
But it soon became a rage, the whole New York Yankees.
Yes, but I don't totally identify as being that because the way I see it is, it is happening in the emptiness of awareness of the event. Right. But you're aware that even what you're calling awareness is.
I just realized that I'm not feeling this need to,
Right. It's literally that. I mean, that's what, it's like, what are you?
I don't have to work to follow along so much.
That.
That's what happens after a while. You're listening. Yeah, of course, yeah. At first it's like, what? Wait a minute, what? Say it again. What? Wait a minute, did you just say what I thought you said?
It's all mind-blowing, but at the same time, it's not.
But your normalcy gets recalibrated, so that all this stuff just becomes completely normal and obvious. Because it is self-evident when you're acclimatized to recognizing it. Until you're acclimatized to recognizing it, it can be shocking, and even really just perturbingly radical. But the more you come to see, that's how it is, and it just becomes common sense.
It's kind of weird because I notice these things sort of like, I'm not sure secondhand the word, or sort of obliquely, like, okay, I'm not speaking so much, I don't repeat this comment so much. I find things sort of falling away, sort of like, I see them have like the effects.
Well, it's hard, it can be very hard to self-assess in spiritual unfoldment because as you reorient to your normalcy, your sensitivity also reorients. And it also happens gradually, so it always feels like normalcy to you. So whereas your delusion and confusion felt like normalcy, you move into a more openness and less referentiality, and that feels like normalcy. And so you say, well, it seems I always was, and you are. But nonetheless, it can be difficult to assess and gauge how much you've shifted in terms of the mode of, how you're relating to it.
At some point, you must have turned for you must have turned the corner and go, oh, okay. So you turn the corner and go, now I'm ready to share this or whatever.
The sharing it was gradual and never clear. Realization was very clear. And that happened in an instant. It was just sort of an absolute, I don't know how to describe it, just there was a moment of absolute coming together where there was just sort of no loose ends. Okay. And that was very noticeable. In a sense it was a non-event, but in another sense it was very distinct and specific. But I didn't talk about it really, a lot of talk about it for almost 10 years after that. Because it's one thing to see this, and it's another thing, the implications are so large, when you
somebody driving a car.
So is it possible to share this with everyone, you know, and how would I do that? I can't describe it. But anyway, at some point I was teaching a tarot class, and I found, you know, I was talking about all this kind of stuff in the context of that, and I just somehow saw a good ability. So I started just talking about this stuff more directly, and it just created the book. But I didn't know I could do it until I found myself doing it. So.
And it goes out once a month.
Great.
It's all this sort of thing.
Yeah, I just recently read what's supposed to be a quantum physics axiom. Does this sound right? It says a problem arises in anticipation of its solution.
Very good. Yeah.
I think that's too.
Yeah. Easy enough.
Too analytical.
Yeah, too much structure.
So, typically it takes
How you doing?
Good.
Okay.
I can charge it again if you feel like ringing the bell.
They told me to ask you, I leave at 3 or 3:15.
I don't know, we should be knocked off.
Okay, we'll decide on that.
There's no rush because we have tons of time. I think the plane's at 5:30 or something.
Yeah, our flight is. Oh, wait. Ding, 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 ding. What are you getting now? Oh, that's good. See, chai is good for more than one thing. Yeah. Okay. All right, just get mine somewhere. Exactly.
Say to me,
Oh, this will be off the record.
No. Any pearls of wisdom from your mouth go right. Speak into the microphone. Speak into the microphone, please.
No, I just wanted to thank you for coming down, and I want to thank Helen for hosting this.
Oh,
yeah. This is a long time.
Helen's a saint.
Oh, she is now.
Yes, she is.
And I want to re-emphasize how much easier it is to fly to LA than Seattle.
He's got a point there, honey.
Take it up with the boss. Take it up with management.
Something to be said for the weather.
We grunts go where we're told to go. One of the nice and really opportune things about the nature of experience is that because of its intrinsically fractal nature, any portion of it you notice reveals the nature of the whole thing. So it's not like you need to become some kind of expert at experiencing the fullness. You can just go to any small portion of your experience and intimately feel what's there outside the context of an assessment or interpretation, and it is very easy to make all kinds of discoveries that will show you what it is and teach you what it is very directly and irrationally, not obviously in words or in concepts, but nonetheless very meaningfully. And the advantage of this is you can then play to your strengths, and you can go to a portion of your experience where you typically don't have much analysis. Go to something that means absolutely nothing to you. You pick a corner of the room up by the side in the field of vision, say, just some arbitrary sound like the wind and the leaves outside. You don't need to find something particularly meaningful or pithy in your experience and notice on that. because that's liable to have more of a nexus of interpretation spontaneously already surrounding it that you have to then confront and wade to. So you can take advantage of this loophole, this fine print in the contract, and find some portion in your experience that just don't give a shit about. This is completely meaningless and has no charge and no interpretation. You just don't think much about it at all, and check out what's there. And so you'll already be starting. It's like starting the race just a foot from the finish line instead of starting at the starting line. You got an advantage. You're not fighting upstream so much, and so it's easier to be with your experience out of a conceptual context, out of an interpretive context, and so you have less struggle with trying to get out of interpretation and more just being with actuality, being with transcendental presence. Because presence is intrinsically transcendental. You don't have to find some presence that is transcendental. All presence is transcendental. It's weird. It's non-linear. It makes no sense. It's irrational. And that turns out to be a real good thing. For example, I'm sure most of you have heard Ramana Maharshi's famous recommendation. Just ask yourself, who am I? You'll discover reality. To me, that's the worst advice you could give because who am I? All of a sudden, I'm confronted with my self-image, my identification, my self-worth issues, all this monumental ball of yarn of my psychology and my neuroses. And you have to kind of wade through that to and then who am I? It's much more easy. It's much less of a struggle to say what is that and pick some that is like that that plate over there, that particular plate on that particular shelf that I've never seen before. It's like okay, cool. And that it's just so free of entanglement in terms of narration. In my karma, in my scheme of things, and so it's much easier just to notice directly the experiential presence, the experiential actuality, and that's the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter what it is. Just being with that, the fact of the presence of experiential actuality nakedly is like plugging into the mainframe. You get, it will show you what it is, and what it is absolutely mind-blowing. Literally. Yes.
Adyashanti's wife Mukti has a set of CDs on meditation, and she goes into the same subject briefly about who am I. She said you are so used to identifying with the egoic I or whatever, or the physical I. So she came up with asking the question, what is stillness, and letting that sort of resonate from the top of your head to your through the chakras, for lack of a better word. Another, just say what is stillness, and you find I've found you find yourself identifying with stillness.
That's a problem to me. I wouldn't do that because that's hypnotism. You're identifying with stillness. Stillness is something. It's stillness as opposed to some non-stillness. Try and find stillness in experience. There's no such thing as stillness. Experience is intrinsically dynamic. It's intrinsically alive. And this is stillness, feel the peace, feel the love. I mean, all these things are really easy to do as hypnotic suggestion, but it's a partialization, and it's a subtle conceptualization. Mind you, in that you can still find reality because you find reality anywhere because there ain't nothing else. But again, it can be a subtle.
You think that would be kind of a detour?
Well, it can be entrapping where you get hung up on stillness as a goal, as if it was a thing.
Another concept.
Yeah, exactly. You're being with a concept, and again, being with the concepts, you can find reality because of course concepts are actually reality. But again, it's not the easy way to do it, because you're all of a sudden you have to deconstruct all the nature of conceptualization and all that to get mileage out of it. Whereas if you go to direct experiential presence outside the context of any interpretation, it's already directly that, and you don't need to deconstruct anything.
Oh, thank you. That helps.
I mean,
so I think what is stillness probably trumps who am I, but it doesn't trump just actual experience.
My suggestion, yeah, and a lot of spiritual techniques essentially use auto-suggestion. Mm-hmm. And the problem with that is it can be entrapping. It can be addicting. You can get used to, suggestions of love or peace or whatever. Opening the heart. My heart is opening. My heart is opening. Well, it's great, but it's basically just a hypnotic trip. It's a fantasy. And again, fantasy can be an actual route of discovering reality, but it's not necessarily the direct, the easy path.
Well said, thank you.
You see this a lot of spiritual exercises and traditions and practices are essentially hypnotic. I mean, a lot of the techniques I use a lot of hypnosis here. The human communication is intrinsically hypnotic. When you say an idea, it has a subtle tendency to provoke in the mind of the listener a certain kind of experience. Mm-hmm. And this, which is just intrinsic in the nature of communication. But you have to be aware of that, because this can be used for all sorts of manipulative techniques of I'm the teacher, and now I'm going to give you peace, and now look at this and look at that, and you basically get in the passive state of being given, being taken on a ride, it's like a Disneyland, and it's essentially fantasy. But it can feel sort of nice and warm and cuddly and fuzzy or whatever, right? It can feel fun, whatever. In some sense, it can feel like a positivity. But it's not it's not going to be genuinely liberating intrinsically. Mm-hmm. So although hypnosis, hypnotic exchanges are unavoidable, I like to try and minimize it, and especially in terms of using suggestion as a way of sort of inducing a pseudo-achievement. Because the real achievement is just the presence of your experience that's already here, so there's nothing to achieve. I don't need to suggest it. Here it is. This is the real thing, and it ain't going to get any realer by me saying something.
Can you speak a little bit on transmission?
Sure. Transmission is a subtle phenomena. There can be, again, a lot of sort of pseudo-transmission, which is, again, sort of ultimately a hypnotic phenomenon. But transmission is basically a kind of a meaningful resonance. There's a certain amount of transmission in all communication. In fact, in all presence or communion. When you're with someone, you sort of resonate with their flavor in various direct and non-linear ways. And this is a direct experience to whatever degree it is. And again, you can't necessarily make much sense of it. But in the case of being with people who have some degree of spiritual realization, you can kind of tune into that, again, through the same phenomena of direct resonance. And it can be meaningfully communicative in a very sort of just by kind of by osmosis, by proximity, just through some kind of direct resonance or something. And again, of course, you can't make sense of it, but that's no surprise because you can't make sense of anything, so. And it can be observed, and it can happen, or not, and there you go. So it's a mysterious thing. I myself have a profound experience of transmission. My spiritual master, such as he was not a teacher at all. He was just a guy I hung out with. But he happened to be an amazing being, and just through being with him. One day I got zapped. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Are you seeing things the way I think you're seeing things? And I was like, I don't know how to describe it, like the universe opened, literally. It was the most amazing thing that I had ever experienced before that. And he was right there, and I just could tell that he was experiencing things the way I was experiencing them in that moment, and I could see that that was the case, and I could see that he could see that I was experiencing it that way, and all of this was completely nonverbal and just direct resonance sort of a thing. And there's no way to make sense of that, but I know from my own experience that it's an actuality in a profound sense, and this can happen in profound ways. But again, it happens all the time. You know, when you hang out with people, you know, there's just a certain kind of a resonance that happens that is communicative. You know, it has meaningfulness.
I had a chance to meet 41 psychiatrician. This person is like second to Dalai Lama in the spiritual world in Tibetan. And I did ask him a question, you know, basically about awakening. And I was sitting in the front row, and he started talking to me. I just felt this such energetic kind of thing. I can't say what I heard. Even I can't repeat anything that she said, but it's everything I felt it. So and then afterwards, what I can't even say it's the word he said, but what I got out from what he was saying is the key to the realization is to see all the phenomena are unreal. They are illusion, and basically the world we live in is illusion. So we need to see through that, but be patient. That's what he said, basically. So, what do you think about that?
About what he said? I think it's right on the money, but I would qualify that. The problem with that kind of way of putting it, where it's illusion and it's unreal, is you have to understand, you have to put that in the context where it's actual. What we think it is an illusion and unreal. What it actually is not. What it actually is real. And it is, and what it actually is departs so far from what we think it is, as to be dizzyingly weird. But that it's an illusion in a simple sense, as in, it's going to poof, go away, and all of a sudden everything's going to disappear, and you're going to experience plain vanilla or something, is not true. So you have to. So I think to put that meaningfully, you have to qualify what you mean by illusion and what you mean by not real.
Well, what I'm seeing on daily basis is when this thinking thing comes up, and immediately I see it. It is concept. It is not.
Exactly, concepts are
not
right.
real.
Yeah.
And it's just going cetera and cetera. So. Yeah. From what I understood, what he was saying is like seeing through that we think is real, it's not. But the key is to see what it is.
Yes.
But if you cannot identify, you don't have the sharpness to see what is real and what is unreal and what is illusion, what is reality, and you are going to be keep confusing, because we live in our life in this. The dream life, or wake up still in the dream today, and we daydream all the time, thinking there's war, that means there's family, there's whatever. You think that everything is as you think it is.
Right.
But that's what I feel like, to see through this.
Right.
It is not an easy test.
Well, again, what I recommend, that I think is the easiest way to approach it, is don't worry about concepts and don't worry about delusion, but just go to direct experience whenever you can. So don't try to dismantle or disprove or eradicate confusion. Just bypass it and go to direct experience, and then the direct experience will do the work for you by putting the concepts in a context. Direct experience will reveal the unvalidity and inaccuracy of the concepts.
But somehow, even though we have the direct experience, we always do, but unconsciously, the thing comes up, and you don't even recognize it.
Absolutely, it's very subtle.
So, and you just hold it as true.
Right, exactly. It's very subtle. You have to be with it. But
right.
Again, the more you keep going to direct experience, and direct experience wins.
The whole thing with it, talking about transmission and spiritual teachers and stuff and reality. I know for, how do I say this? I used to think it looked like something. I thought it looked like slow speech. I thought it looked like big, space of silence you can drive a truck through. It looked like, bug eyes. It looked like monotone voice. It looked like a piece in silence that you can see. It looked like something. And I think now, it reminds me, like I used to think, there are certain movies that I just love, and I look at them now and I just think how stupid they really are. I mean, the things I really liked as a kid. And I look at them now and I go, what? I remember I saw Brother, Sun, Sister, Moon. That's a beautiful movie, and Donovan sings in it. And I saw St. Francis, I just cried, and I was like, oh, I want to be like that. I look at it now, the guy looks mentally disabled to me. And so it's really, I think, really nice and interesting that it can look like anything, as you say.
Yeah. It can look like anything. Transmission can look like anything.
Yeah.
Transmission is something that you recognize, that is recognized in real time. And transmission happens, it's just like resonance, it's like clicking with somebody is all it is, really. And it doesn't look like anything in particular, but it's pretty obvious, I guess.
I don't understand the concept of transmission. What are you talking about?
It's not important. There's a theory within spirituality that there's some kind of a transmission or a meaningful interaction that can occur non-verbally in contact with a spiritual teacher or something.
Gotcha. Okay.
And it's often called transmission or Shaktipad or various other things, or darshan, all these various notions in different traditions. And it's as usual, the mythology it's all over the place, and the actuality is what it is, if anything.
One thing that was sort of has mystified me though, so sometimes I have seen well, and also I would say transmission isn't always, it's not like this looks like bliss either. I mean, it doesn't look like anything. I think it's unusual, but I have seen some Tibetans who just look absolutely like there's they're kind of, I forget their names too. They just look like kind of like spaced out and nuts. It's sort of interesting. They're like, there's no one home, kind of. There's
well, a lot of Tibetan spirituality uses heavy-handed hypnotic techniques, and so these people may be hypnosis junkies, which can certainly do that, have that kind of exaggerated effect. And again, there's nothing wrong with that per se. Being in hypnosis or not has nothing to do with spirituality or even realization. But it's a mistake to suppose that hypnosis and realization are one and the same. But again, hypnosis is just a mode of the way mind works, and so it's just a manipulation. Tripping on hypnotic phenomena is no different than getting into music or something. It's just it's just taking advantage of one of the modes of experience, but it doesn't mean anything in itself. So you can use hypnosis to be in bliss or to be in all kinds of seemingly exaggerated conditions. I mean, any kind of extreme meditation or all that is essentially hypnosis. Concentrating on a mandala or a deity, or you visualize a particularly powerful deity floating in the air, and you visualize all sorts of rays of power coming to you, and you're getting all charged up from it. You can trip on that stuff, but it doesn't mean anything. But it's a bona fide experience, like any experience. And a lot of Tibetan practices are oriented on things like that, which are essentially hypnotic techniques.
Well, considering this is an inflow of energy also, this quote-unquote experience, couldn't that be considered a bit hypnotic?
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's an inflow because there's no in or out. Yeah. I think of it as a shining forth myself. Splitting hairs.
That sounds a little, with all due respect, it sounds a little out there, a shining force, okay?
It's way out there. This is as out there as it gets. If I haven't communicated how out there this is, I haven't started to do my job. What's happening here is inconceivably weird in actuality. It's inconceivably weird. It's stupefyingly bizarre. It's so far beyond anything any human has ever posited is actually happening, and it's actually what this is. But enough said about that. Best to let it show you what it is. Don't take anyone's word for it. Look for yourself.
It's sort of a harmonic of meditation. It is a being with the presence of what is, and we can label that whatever we want, but on the same token, it is kind of an inflow of experience. And yeah, you can be with the vastness and the quote-unquote radiance of it, but it's still phenomenal.
Everything's phenomenal. Nothing but phenomenal.
Well, what about presence awareness that one is?
That is the phenomenon. There's no presence awareness apart from phenomenon. There's just this. There's one thing. It's not like there's this and then there's awareness over here somewhere. Or there's this and then there's some knower over here somewhere.
It depends on how you say it, I guess.
Well, no, it is what it is, regardless of how you say it.
No, don't say that to me.
What? I'm sorry?
It is what it is for you that way.
No, it is what it is, period, whatever anyone thinks it is.
No.
Whatever I say it is, it still is what it
I
is.
have my own experience with this.
Well, sure you do.
All right, so you please don't, I wouldn't attempt to project the way you should see it. And
Well, I'm not telling you how to see it. All I'm saying is it is what it is. That's undeniable. Whatever it is that way. I'm not saying what that is. I'm just saying it is what it is.
Fair enough, and we're all seeing what it is from whichever way we're seeing it.
Absolutely.
All right, so I love the broadness of your perception, but the area that I have a different way of seeing this is that I do not believe we are energy. I believe we are void, and it's happening.
What's the difference between void and energy? Why not just define energy as void and void as energy?
Is that true though? Energy. Okay.
Where's the energy come from? If there's void.
Let me now. Don't be so fussy. In my world, in other words, when I say the void,
Right.
I'm looking at this.
Right.
See, I'm looking at metaphorically because we know there's energy there. But I'm looking at that.
Right.
Now that is me. I know that.
Right.
Now, when we discuss phenomenon and energy, that I see as what is in the void, so to speak.
Where does it come
what
from?
Appears.
Where does it come from?
It comes from the void.
Okay. So if it comes from the void, if the energy comes from the void, then the energy is made of the void.
Right.
So the energy is void.
Ultimately, yes.
Yeah. Ultimately, yes. So they're one and the same. I'm with you.
Okay, cool. All right. You got me going there because no point in being too Google everybody should follow. They need to know for themselves. That's number one. But also number two is that it's important to, in my way of seeing this, for us to really know that we are the void and not, granted the energy, the apparency of the manifestation comes from the emptiness. But to say that we are the manifestation is not totally true. We are the emptiness.
But you're posing there's a difference between that manifestation and the emptiness. The manifestation and the emptiness are one and the same. The energy and the void are one and the same.
It is true.
The dream and sleep are one and the same.
They take different form.
Oh, there's infinite forms, but it's all one thing.
No,
it's all the void, like you said.
The void is one way and then the manifestation is the void being the manifestation.
Right, sure.
Okay.
Operative word there is void being the manifestation.
Okay.
So the manifestation is the void. In other words, you can't find a point where there's the void's on this side of the line and the manifestation's on this side of the line.
I mean, what the
Void
hell?
is void.
I mean, the only thing that can be there is the manifestation, you know what I mean? Because the void has been, it's.
Well, I don't know if there's any logic to it. It just happens to be the way it is.
It is. No, there's no logic. I mean, that's the way it is. It's fun.
Yeah.
Just wanted to check something out, and that is that it seems to me the essence of what you're talking about, whether it's this or last time you were here, no matter what the topic, is that in this moment there is inconceivable complexity, simultaneous with or the essence of which is inconceivable simplicity, and that when the simultaneity of this paradox is fully grasped, there is simply a wordless awe and delight and laughter, and that anything beyond that is simply stories.
Sure, that's a fine way to put it. You know, another thing that I'd add, which is I think is a very important point I try to emphasize, is this is completely, intimately already being engaged with. It's absolutely accessible because it's already being accessed with absolute intimacy. And so nothing needs to be done to see this, simply recognizing that one already is seeing it. Which sounds very paradoxical, and you can't possibly explain how that works or it could possibly not work. But anyway, that's irrelevant. But it's about doing it, not making sense of it. But yeah, for sure.
Well, I don't know, I feel like that ship has already sailed. I was going to talk about when you were talking about, hypnosis, and I feel like conditioning, like from childhood on, from society, from whatever, that's hypnosis. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
And something, that's, conditioning is real hard to break free from. And I noticed at the retreat I had a pretty powerful insight or revelation, or whatever you want to say. And I went home and I was really sick for a few weeks, and then I noticed that there was a underlying, I didn't notice it at first, but then I began to notice that there was this depression, this chronic depression that was going on. And I suddenly realized that that's like the old stuff. And does that, come back like that when, that was one of my questions.
Well, one of the things that happens very typically when you have some degree of unfoldment of these deep insights is your sensitivity increases. And so it may not be so much that depression has come back or is showing up in a way that wasn't there, but you're noticing a subtle level of depression that's been there all along, and you're more sensitive to it, and you're sort of seeing it with more clarity.
And the other thing I noticed too was that and this is like my conditioning has always been, one of low self-esteem or something.
Very typical. I think most people in this culture have some degree of self-esteem issues.
And I noticed that I was just, all of a sudden I realized that I was having this thought about myself that had nothing to do with, I mean, I didn't cause it, I didn't bring it on, I didn't, I was taught this, it was conditioning. And just looking at it, there was like just looking at it, not, in the past I've always thought I've got to raise my self-esteem and all that. And it wasn't that at all. I just looked at it and it kind of opened something up,
Yeah.
And it's so subtle. It happens, you know, it happens a lot. And I don't always catch it. But then when I catch it, it's like I just look at it and it kind of opens.
Yeah. Seeing it, you know, not just in psychological terms, but in, you know, spiritual terms, proper spiritual work, proper. Seeing is everything. Seeing is the most powerful thing. You don't need to change anything. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to create anything or destroy anything. You just need to see what something is, and that is an incredibly powerful event. And it will reveal, what you see will reveal itself as being, it will transform, it will reveal itself as being other than what it seemed to be. It will be like a doorway to go through into something else that is bigger. And this is pretty much intrinsically the case. Seeing is inconceivably powerful. Just seeing, you know, and by seeing I don't mean analysis or anything. Just really intimate, you know, being with what it actually is. With intelligence, with presence, with intimacy.
It was almost like seeing what it is not, in a way. Well, that it's not this.
Yeah. Well, when you that's what I mean.
I'm not this horrible person.
Yeah. When you see anything, it reveals that you weren't seeing it before.
It reveals that I wasn't seeing it properly.
Because exactly. It reveals that what you thought it was is other, more and other than that, and the seeing takes you to that more and other, and so it's kind of like peeling the layers of an onion. You just go to whole another way of things being.
And it makes me realize that it's, you know, it's like that. Well, it's like that with everything. I mean, you know. My interpretation of anything is just an interpretation.
Yes, every interpretation is inaccurate. It's impossible to have an accurate interpretation. It's literally impossible to have an accurate interpretation because the very nature of actuality is incoherent. It doesn't clump into coherent wholes that can then be interpreted.
But this world just pounds it into you, you know?
Yeah.
The interpretations into you.
Yeah.
So it's so hard to...
It's challenging.
Yeah.
It's challenging.
Yeah.
But you can knuckle under or you can fight the good fight, right?
I've been seeing lately that all of that really doesn't have to be fought. It really doesn't. But my mind likes to analyze. And I've really been enjoying analysis lately because I've really seen that it's not true, but it's something that the mind still likes to do. So it's kind of like, if I come up with a really nice analysis, it's kind of like finishing a crossword puzzle. It's like, when you're done with the crossword puzzle, it's not like you go and study it or, you know, put it on the, you know, it's like you throw it away, you know? And so it's like, so the mind goes through, it comes up with something it finds satisfying, and then it just lets it go, you know? And it doesn't have any meaning or... It feels like in the process that it has meaning, just like when one's working a crossword puzzle, it seems important to get the answers.
Right.
But there's nothing to struggle against.
Oh no, it's not
it
about
doesn't
against.
matter that the mind does that.
It's not an against. There's nothing to stop doing or nothing to change. There's no enemy. It's just a matter of seeing what really is, and seeing the way what really is different than we have interpreted. And then when you see the way interpretations are inaccurate intrinsically, and you get it, that no interpretation can be true. When you really get that, then you're free of being entrapped by interpretations. And then at that point you're empowered to screw around with interpretations all you want, but you won't get trapped in them. It's like once you know how to handle bees, you can be a beekeeper and you won't get stung. You know, because you're immune. You're not doing it wrong. You're not being gullible. You're not falling under the assumption that just because you can think something, it must be true. And the contrary, just because you can think something evidence that it's not true. And when you really get that, then you can think anything you want because it's laughable. It's just fun. But it's not like thought is a problem and thought is evil.
Right.
It's the misinterpretation of believing that anything you think could be accurate. That's what causes all the trouble.
It's funny actually talking about things. I just had exactly same feeling. For all day today, I don't have question and I don't really analyze anything. I'm just listening, having fun. And then the mind started working and trying to figure out something. And miraculously, I find some very good thing to say. And now I really think, oh, okay, it's just a mind fantasy.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say it anyway. Well, okay. This is about, okay, my topic is about seeing the truth and seeing the false. And I know you are advocate on seeing the truth immediate, that short path. But also seeing the false is also very valuable. I remember Nasa Gadetas one time said, as long as you don't see, it is merely a habit built on memory and quantified desire. You will think yourself as a person acting happy, sad, depressed, or positive or negative or whatever. So the key is to see through the false, see that it's not so.
Right.
And once you see it, it is nature of the lives to cease to be up unseen. And I just happened to saw how my personality shows. I just saw those kind of recurring thought comes over and over again. Normally I don't see. I just feel like I'm this personality. That's me. But then I saw where it's come from. It's just this recurring thought. This type of recurring thought. Self-affirming. All those positive things. That's how it leads to a personality. Where I'm leading to is whether I see direct, immediate experience of the thing, or see through what is unreal, what is false. It's happened on its own. Whenever it's happened, I'm seeing the reality, see the truth, and sometimes it's happened, and I saw, okay, oh wow, this is thought pop up, another illusion. And it just happened on its own. I don't need to fight, and to decide what I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. It's never going to be like that, because even this me trying to do something is imaginary. I'm thinking there's a heaven, trying to do this, trying to do that.
Right.
It's, there's faceless. Right. So whatever is happening is going to happen. So I don't even have to fight about it or decide what kind of practice I'm going to do. Forget about it. That's just the mind stuff. So it sounds like I'm saying something, but I just say I'm saying nothing.
So this personality, you brought up the word personality or persona, is just a conglomeration of thoughts.
Yeah, it's a conglomeration. Call it a conglomeration of flavors. Or call them experiential qualities that float around in a very loose, incoherent cloud in an experience with various degrees of presence.
So it doesn't belong to me.
Nothing belongs to you, or everything belongs to you. But it's like you see your body, you see the floor, you see your thoughts, you see your personality urges. They're all just present, and they're all dynamic, and they're all just ranges of flavors that seem to have a pseudo-coherence if you don't look too closely. But when you look closer, that reveals itself as just a real arbitrary conglomerate of incoherent flavors and urges and what have you.
And so
my personality is my interpretation of myself, that I'm looking too closely at it when I'm interpreting?
No, it's not. No. It's more intrinsic than that. It's not an abstract thing. Your personality is call it a set of flavors. Okay. Or a set of a pattern of energy modes that tend to go a certain way, like a whirlpool. Or something like a whirlpool in the stream. There always will tend to be a whirlpool at one point in the stream, but it's never the same whirlpool because the water's moving, but it somehow kind of seems to generally be there. So, like your nature, the quality of your personality, the way you tend to be or not be, not that it's a law or a rule or you're stuck in it, but it's a sort of a tendency, a set of tendencies is sort of, is present, but it's not, but it's just one small sort of a loose gestalt of qualities that are present among myriad other qualities that are also present.
So the interpretation comes in when I look at it as being either good or bad.
Yeah, that's interpretation, or whether you think you know what it is, this or that, is all that's interpretation too. Yeah. I mean, direct energy presence, direct experiential characteristics are uninterpretable. You can't say what they are. They aren't nothing, but you can't say what they are because they don't resolve. They aren't coherent. To say what something is, you have to be able to say what it isn't. It's this, but it's not that. And you can't. And actual experiential characteristics are too fuzzy. They don't have sharp edges. You can't say, well, it goes to here and then it stops and then it's like, no, it's kind of, you can't tell where it stops or where it's like a cloud or something. It's not nothing. It's there, but you can't. It doesn't resolve. It doesn't come into focus. And if you don't look at it too closely, you can seem to. It's like clouds. Clouds are a lot like that. Clouds seem to have a particular shape. The cloud is shaped like just exactly the way it is, If you don't look too closely, it has a shape. And you begin to look more closely. Exactly what shape is the cloud? Oh, it's fuzzy edged and it comes in and out and it's, you can't say. It doesn't resolve. It doesn't pull into it. It is the shape that it is, but it's not coherent. It doesn't resolve to coherence, to a specificity that you can say what it is or pin down what it is. It's vague. It's a good way to put it. It's vague. And all actual experiential characteristics, i.e. every and anything that is experienceable or that is experienced, is vague like that. I like to call it indeterminate. You can't pin down precisely exactly what it is, how it is, where it is. If you're vague about it, you can be very specific, and that's how we get away with all the interpreting we do, by being generalists. We oversimplify things and we're vague, and then we can interpret things exactly. Your shirt is sort of dark blue. That's vague, and since it's vague, it's true. But then exactly what shade am I seeing when I look at your shirt? Well, I'm seeing a billion shades. And I can't tell what any one of them is, because each one of them is in between this and in between that, no, a little closer to this, no, a little closer, And then the one next to it is different. And I can't find where next to, because there's something in between them, and that's different too. So when you get specific with what you're actually experiencing, it's unresolvable. It seems to be resolvable if you're sloppy, if you're just generalizing, you oversimplify. And that's how we get away with all of the interpreting we do.
And so that's sort of like if you go into astrology, for example, you're looking at it more closely, so it's not as, or the Enneagram, is that looking at it too closely then?
I don't know what you mean by too closely.
Too focused.
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Like when you look at a cloud and you say it's this shape, but then you don't.
If you look closely, you can't say exactly what shape it is.
Right. Okay.
When you don't look closely, it seems to be.
I'm backwards, and then I'm sorry.
Right.
When you had your transmission with your friend, did you wake up all at once?
Yes and no. That's clear as mud. Let me put it this way. That experience changed my life permanently. But I didn't resolve it for about 24 more years. So even though it changed my life and it didn't leave me, it was there, but I wasn't integrated with it, put it that way. I was like a crazy person for 24 years.
And you aren't now?
What do you mean?
I have an experiential philosophical conundrum, and maybe it should stay that way. If the present and it has zero duration, which it does, and the only thing you can experience is what's present, but there's no duration, then how does experience even happen? Register if it's.
Well, that shows you how miraculous it is. There's no way it can happen, and yet it's happening. How weird is that? Check it out.
Something appears in an infinite now. Something appears in an infinite now.
That's right.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's really the point. Is that this is miraculous. This is transcendental. By transcendental, I mean it transcends making sense. It transcends sorting out. Transcends what it is. It transcends figuring out how it is. It's weird. It's downright weird. I think a little while ago I said something about I'm trying to convey how inconceivably weird all this stuff is. That's kind of what I'm getting at. It's not weird because, oh boy, it's weird. It's weird because it is. Check it out. You don't need to look hard to find weirdness. In fact, the closer you look, the more weirdness you're going to find. You know, weirdness isn't something you have to get to. Weirdness is something you have to stave off. You have to hold off with great effort because weirdness is in your face if you look around you. Yes.
So right now I'm finding that the incoherence and the weirdness I'm feeling nauseated actually. It's like, whoa.
Okay.
So I'm gripping, okay, this is all going to resolve. No, it's not going to resolve. This is it.
This is it.
This is it.
Yeah.
So then
you won't always be nauseous now.
Thank you.
I hope. Yeah, no, for sure. This is it. This is for real.
So, but then the sloppy, the word isn't even sloppy, just the mess of everything.
Yes.
Does
incoherence.
I like incoherence. Does come to some sort of something.
No, it is that.
It is that, but
it is that, and
but
that's
you
okay.
get used to that.
Yeah, of course, because it's real, it's normal, and it turns out to be not just normal, or not just okay. It turns out to be downright a good thing. It's what's doing all this. It's what all this is. It's what all this comes from.
Right.
It's doing you.
Right.
It's nourishing. It's entertaining.
Right. That's
it's
the radiant
endlessly
side of all of it, and then there's the other side of all of it. Like, oh fuck, this is, you know.
Same side.
The same side.
No other. That's just it's all of that and more. For real, this is it.
Oh fuck happens when you try and resolve it.
Huh?
Oh fuck happens when you try and resolve it.
Yeah. Or you think you succeed and you go off into an insanity of interpretation and you become a normal person. And that's its own punishment.
Or you just want it to over being nauseated. You know, not even resolve it. But yeah.
No, nausea is not eternal. Weirdness is eternal, but nausea is not.
Yeah. I got it.
Nausea is not one of the great absolutes. Thankfully. Yes.
Is one of the problems that
I speak for myself, wanting always harmony
Yes.
and resolution.
Yes.
Always want resolution.
Yes, big problem. There is resolution, but the resolution is complete lack of resolution. And that resolution is always being achieved.
And that's what, for me, causes confusion. A lot of confusion.
Yeah.
Not having resolution.
But the confusion only comes from the supposition that it's supposed to not be confused, that it's supposed to come together.
Yeah.
When you get that it being untogether is its stable mode, is its finality, is its completeness, there's an okayness in that. More than okayness, there's a beauty in that that is very satisfying, and that stops presenting as problematic, stops presenting as
If I could
confusion.
just accept that there is no resolution, then
There's no resolution. There is no. Whether you accept it or not, there is none, so you may as well get used to it. May as well enjoy it rather than bang your head against it.
recognize that.
Yeah, recognize it. And you recognize it has a lot of very positive aspects. It turns out to be a really good thing that there's no resolution. Because it implies openness, open-endedness, it implies freedom, it implies multi-dimensionality, so things can be more than one thing.
It's a control thing.
Yeah, yeah. But when you surrender control, it's a real gain, not a loss.
Oh, yes.
Another approach, which you just alluded to in the last bit you said, is that you think you know what resolution means. You think you know what harmony means.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, you're giving resolution and harmony a very limited definition.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of Christian, or let me not even point them out, but fundamental religion have a very limited view of God or spirituality or anything. So the problem isn't that those things are or aren't real. It's that there's a limited view of resolution. There's a limited view of harmony. Why is a nova exploding not harmony? Of course it's harmony.
Sure.
It's
Exactly.
what it is.
Exactly so. Yeah. Well put. We've got about 4 more minutes if anyone has a burning question that hasn't been addressed yet. To the answer man. Ask me a question and I'll make up a lie.
Thanks for coming.
Yes.
My pleasure. Thank you for coming.
Really.
It's a pleasure talking to you. I am coming back. I'm not sure about the date. I think I'm coming back in November. I would come in October, but unfortunately, I have a week-long thing booked then, and I wouldn't fit. So unfortunately, I'm shooting in the future to be coming down roughly every other month. But there may be occasional hiccups.
This is improvement.
Okay.
Look at the bright side. After all, it's so much shorter to fly down here than Seattle, right?
And pointed out.
Anyway, thank you all very much for coming. It's been a pleasure being with you.
Great pleasure.
And I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have.